passion. What does it sound like? It's not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. To be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor, Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of FV Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project, to think much further and much wider than we would have.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group sustainability agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
แต่ก่อนเขาเข้าฝึกกันเนาะเขายังบ่ฮู้ว่าธุรกิจมันหยังเขาก็เลยได้ความรู้จากโครงการตัวนี้เอามาต่อยอดกับศิลปะของเขาที่เขามักก็คือตอนนั้นแมนเขาได้ไอเดียหลากหลายที่ว่าจากการฝึกอบรมของโครงการนี้ก็คือเอาไปต่อยอดที่เป็นธุรกิจหลายอย่างไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพนเกอร์เอาไปเฮ็ดหลายๆอย่างที่เขาอยากเฮ็ด
Agak menceburi spesial ni sebab akak dari kecil kan dengan keadaan macam ni akak ingin nampak cantik. Salah satunya akak ingat lagi pada akak punya mentor. Dia berpesan pada akak apabila kita meniaga ni kita jangan jadi syok sendiri.
នាងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមការងារផលិតគ្រឿងអលង្ការនេះគឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីដំបូងគឺមានតែ2អ្នកប្តីប្រពន្ធទេហើយបន្តមកមានការកំងច្រើនខ្ញុំក៏ធ្វើអត់ទាន់ក៏ជ្រើសរើសមនុស្សនៅតាមសហគមន៍ឲ្យមកជួយធ្វើរហូតដល់មាន11គ្រួសារ
Pada awalnya saya membuka percetakan lalu ke arah konveksi. Jadi untuk memikat pelanggan ini salah satu materi yang saya dapat dari pelatihan RES. Jadi ingat ekoprint ya Green Melati seperti itu. Dan alhamdulillah manfaatnya bukan dirasakan hanya disabilitas, bahkan non disabilitas merasakan adanya Green Melati ini.
Nakuha na ko ang guide sa RISE training nahimo kong Blue Asian. So by 2019, have massage clinic operated in Cagayan de Oro. Kaya akong nakita nga pinaagi sa module nga gigamit sa RISE makatabang ta sa pag-uplift sa paglambo sa kinabuhi sa usa ka person with disabilities.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you Maybank RISE program.
Thank you Maybank RES program.
Thank you Maybank RISE program.
It's not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. To be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaraya starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of ADhere Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaraya, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project, to think much further and much wider than we would have.
Their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realize that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group sustainability agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
แต่ก่อนเขาเข้าฝึกกันเนาะเขายังบ่ฮู้ว่าธุรกิจมันหยังเขาก็เลยได้ความรู้จากโครงการตัวนี้เอามาต่อยอดกับศิลปะของเขาที่เขามักก็คือตอนนั้นแมนเขาได้ไอเดียหลากหลายที่ว่าจากการฝึกอบรมของโครงการนี้ก็คือเอาไปต่อยอดที่เป็นธุรกิจหลายอย่างไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพนเกอร์เอาไปเฮ็ดหลายๆอย่างที่เขาอยากเฮ็ด
Agak menceburi spesial ni sebab akak dari kecil kan dengan keadaan begini akak ingin nampak cantik. Salah satunya akak ingat lagi pada akak punya mentor. Dia berpesan pada akak apabila kita meniaga ni kita jangan jadi syok sendiri.
នាងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមការងារផលិតគ្រឿងអលង្ការនេះគឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីដំបូងគឺមានតែ2អ្នកប្តីប្រពន្ធទេហើយបន្តមកមានការកំងច្រើនខ្ញុំក៏ធ្វើអត់ទាន់ក៏ជ្រើសរើសមនុស្សនៅតាមសហគមន៍ឲ្យមកជួយធ្វើរហូតដល់មាន11គ្រួសារ
Pada awalnya saya membuka percetakan lalu ke arah konveksi. Jadi untuk memikat pelanggan ini salah satu materi yang saya dapat dari pelatihan RES. Jadi ingat ekoprint, ya Green Melati seperti itu. Dan alhamdulillah manfaatnya bukan dirasakan hanya disabilitas, bahkan non disabilitas merasakan adanya Green Melati ini.
Nakuha na ko ang guide sa RISE training, nahimo kong Blue Asian. So by 2019, have massage clinic operated in Cagayan de Oro. Kaya akong nakita nga pinaagi sa module nga gigamit sa RISE makatabang ta sa pag-uplift sa paglambo sa kinabuhi sa usa ka persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RES program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
sound like. It's not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. Be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor, Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of adhere Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project, to think much further and much wider than we would have.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group sustainability agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower the disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
แต่ก่อนเขาเข้าฝึกกันเนาะเขายังบ่ฮู้ว่าธุรกิจมันหยังเขาก็เลยได้ความรู้จากโครงการตัวนี้เอามาต่อยอดกับศิลปะของเขาที่เขามักก็คือตอนนั้นแมนเขาได้ไอเดียหลากหลายที่ว่าจากการฝึกอบรมของโครงการนี้ก็คือเอาไปต่อยอดที่เป็นธุรกิจหลายอย่างไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพนเกอร์เอาไปเฮ็ดหลายๆอย่างที่เขาอยากเฮ็ด
Agak mencuburi spesial ni sebab akak dari kecil kan dengan keadaan begini akak ingin nampak cantik. Salah satunya akak ingat lagi pada akak punya mentor. Dia berpesan pada akak apabila kita meniaga ni kita jangan jadi syok sendiri.
នាងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមការងារផលិតគ្រឿងអលង្ការនេះគឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីដំបូងគឺមានតែ2អ្នកប្តីប្រពន្ធទេហើយបន្តមកមានការកំងច្រើនខ្ញុំក៏ធ្វើអត់ទាន់ក៏ជ្រើសរើសមនុស្សនៅតាមសហគមន៍ឲ្យមកជួយធ្វើរហូតដល់មាន11គ្រួសារ
Pada awalnya saya membuka percetakan lalu ke arah konveksi. Jadi untuk memikat pelanggan ini salah satu materi yang saya dapat dari pelatihan RES. Jadi ingat ekoprint, ya green melati seperti itu. Dan alhamdulillah manfaatnya bukan dirasakan hanya disabilitas, bahkan non disabilitas merasakan adanya green melati ini.
Nakuha na ko ang guide sa RISE training, nahimo kong Blue Asian. So by 2019, have massage clinic operated in Cagayan de Oro. Kaya akong nakita nga pinaagi sa module nga gigamit sa RISE makatabang ta sa pag-uplift sa paglambo sa kinabuhi sa usa ka persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
Thank you, Maybank RES program.
Thank you, Maybank RISE program.
What does it sound like? It's not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. To be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of adhere Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project, to think much further and much wider than we would have.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to all shareholders attending the 65th Annual General Meeting of the company. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of our continuing commitment to uphold the best practices in corporate governance, this meeting is conducted in hybrid format. It is great to see you here in person, and to those joining this meeting online, thank you for participating. For your information, this AGM is streamed live from our meeting venue at MITEC and is conducted in accordance with Section 327 of the Companies Act 2016 and Article 59 of the Company's Constitution, as well as the guidance notes issued by the Securities Commission. The remote participation and electronic voting facility for this meeting is provided by our appointed Share Registrar, Boardroom Share Registrars Sendirian Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's meeting is to consider the businesses as stated in the notice of the 65th AGM dated 26th of March 2025. Before we begin, may I request your kind cooperation that all mobile devices be either switched off or put on silent mode until the conclusion of the meeting. Thank you. Before we delve into the agenda items, I would like to take a moment to inform you of the changes made to the board membership since the last AGM. On 23rd of August 2024, we bid farewell to Mr. Edwin Garingan, who had stepped down from the board after 9 years of faithful service. This was followed by the appointments of two new independent directors, Ms. Chiam Soo-hong and Mr. Vittorio Furlan. Mr. Chiam Soo-hong joined the board on 5th of August 2024. Our lawyer on the board, she brings with her a wealth of experience as a lawyer, specializing in corporate finance, regulatory affairs, compliance, and risk management, with extensive human rights dispute resolutions, mediation, public policy, and anti-corruption experience. We also welcome Mr. Vittorio Furlan to the board on 5th of August 2024. Also, as an independent director, he brings with him a wealth of knowledge and experience in digital transformation, data analytics, and artificial intelligence across diverse sectors in banking, insurance, and other industry sectors. Let me first introduce the members of the board of Maybank. On my right, our President and Group CEO, Dato' Khairul Saleh Ramli. On his right is Dr. Hasnita Dato' Hashim. Next to her is Mr. Anthony Ilam, followed by Puan Fauzia Hisham, then Dato' Zulkifli Abbas Abdul Hamid, and Dato' Yi Yang Chen. And on my left, we have our Group General Counsel and Company Secretary, Encik Wan Mazimin Wan Muhammad. Next to him is Ms. Shirley Goh, then followed by Ms. Cik Zakia Cik Din. Next to her is Encik Sharifuddin Khalid, followed by Ms. Chiam Soo-hong and Mr. Vittorio Furlan. Ladies and gentlemen, the Company Secretary has confirmed to me that we have the requisite quorum and we can proceed with this meeting. As you may be aware, the notice of AGM, together with the company's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability report, and environmental report for 2024 have been published on Maybank's corporate website on 26th of March 2025. These publications are in accordance with the company's constitution and the listing requirements. If there is no objection, I hereby propose that the notice of the 65th AGM be taken as read. Can one of the members second the motion, please? Thank you. I declare that the notice of 65th AGM be taken as read. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with paragraph 8.29a of the listing requirements, voting on all resolutions for this meeting will be conducted by poll via electronic voting system administered by Boardroom. Messrs. Deloitte Business Advisories Sdn Bhd has been appointed as the scrutineers for the e-voting process. Shareholders attending physically and virtually are to cast their votes via this system. And on that note, please be informed that the voting session is already open. Hence, all of you may start casting your votes now until the closure of the voting session to be announced later. The poll voting results and declaration of resolutions will be shown on the screen after the scrutineers have verified the poll results upon the closure of the e-voting session. I will then declare whether the resolutions are duly passed. We will now play the boardroom video to guide you on the e-voting exercise for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting procedure is Boardroom Share Registrars. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform through the following modes. Shareholders and proxy holders attending the meeting physically here with us, you will vote via your personal smartphone or tablet. For shareholders who are here with us, your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code has been issued to you during registration. Scan the QR code on the instruction slip with your smartphone or tablet. Kindly enter your username and password as per the given in the voting instruction slip. To vote, click on the Voting tab on top of the screen. The resolutions and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Cancel. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. You may seek assistance from the usher around the room if required. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip, which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Voting kiosk will be made available under the Chair directive. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the Chair announcement. You may seek assistance from the usher stationed at the voting kiosk if required. For shareholders and proxy holders that is joining this meeting virtually, please refer to the instructions below.
Dear shareholders, thank you for your participation at today's virtual meeting. On this virtual meeting platform, you will be able to view the live broadcast of the meeting proceedings, pose questions to the Board of Directors, and submit your votes in real time while the meeting is in progress. To view the live broadcast of the meeting, please click this broadcast icon. If you are participating in this meeting via a laptop or desktop, the live broadcast panel can be viewed side by side with the voting panel. To maximize the broadcast panel, please click here. Audio of the live broadcast will continue to play in the background, even during the voting process or when the broadcast panel is being minimized. Do adjust the volume control on your device for optimum audio output. Please click this arrow to return to the main meeting screen. You can minimize the broadcast panel by clicking this broadcast icon again. Should you encounter any issues with the broadcast view, please refresh the page by clicking this refresh icon. If you have any questions for the Board of Directors, you may raise them at any time before or during the meeting. To do so, please click on this messaging icon. Type your question within the chat box and click on this arrow to submit your question. A message will appear that your question has been received. To return to the main meeting screen, click on this icon. To view the resolutions for this meeting and submit your votes, please click on this voting icon. Once the voting has opened, the resolutions and voting options will be displayed. To vote, please select one of the available options, for or against. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your vote has been received. To change your vote, please click on the other option. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your new voting direction has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please click on Cancel. You may change your voting direction at any time before the chairman closes the voting session. Once the chairman announces that the voting session is closed, you will not be able to change your voting direction anymore. You may click on the broadcast icon to return to the live broadcast screen for the announcement of voting results. Should you require any assistance during the virtual meeting, please call Boardroom's help desk at 603-7890-4700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the agenda of today's meeting, please be informed that shareholders and proxies are welcome to raise questions at any time during this meeting by submitting them in writing via messaging window facility in the virtual meeting portal. You may have noticed that we have displayed the complimentary Wi-Fi details around the hall, and this is also being shown on the screen in front of you. You are welcome to log on and stay connected throughout this meeting. For shareholders who are present at this venue today, you have the option of scanning the QR code provided to you upon registration to submit your questions electronically, or you may ask questions using microphones closest to you during the question and answer session. All questions related to door gifts, customer service, or any other administrative matters will be forwarded to the management team so that they can answer your questions directly. We have also set up a booth outside this meeting hall to attend to your questions relating to Maybank's products and services, such as credit cards, mortgages, car loans, and insurance, as well as to receive feedback regarding the same. I would be pleased if such questions could be directed to our personnel who are stationed at the booth, and they will be happy to attend to your queries with regard to these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the board will address all questions related to the AGM and the group's performance, business, and outlook during the question and answer session to be held during this meeting. And in this regard, we have engaged Deloitte to verify that we have answered all questions raised by shareholders via the virtual meeting platform. Kindly be informed that we have uploaded all questions received prior to this meeting, including those from PNB, EPF, and MSWG, together with our responses on the group's corporate website, as well as in the Documents tab of the virtual meeting portal. We invite you to review these documents, as you may find that some of the questions that you may wish to ask have already been answered, and therefore there is no need for you to ask the same questions again. This will minimize the time taken for us to answer all questions from shareholders before we proceed to vote on all resolutions to be tabled today. As we move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to take this opportunity to outline the sequence in which we will be addressing questions and queries to ensure that all questions are addressed comprehensively and in an orderly manner. Firstly, we will address all the questions which we have received from the institutional shareholders and MSWG right after the presentation by the President and Group CEO. Thereafter, we will proceed to table all resolutions to be discussed at this meeting. After all resolutions have been tabled, we will begin the Q&A session. And during this Q&A session, we will first answer all questions submitted via the virtual meeting platform prior to this meeting. Therefore, we will open the floor for questions from those who are present. Thereafter, we will open the floor for questions from those who are present at this venue today. And lastly, we will answer all questions that are submitted today via the virtual meeting platform. In addition to participating in today's discussions, I also encourage all shareholders to download Maybank's annual report, corporate governance report, sustainability report, and environmental report from our corporate website. And these reports provide valuable insights into our performance and commitment to sustainability. As part of our commitment to sustainability, we encourage all shareholders to refer to the soft copy version of the annual report instead of requesting for hard copies. With regard to the door gift for the AGM, please be informed that we will be issuing Watson's vouchers with a value of 50 ringgit each to all shareholders and proxies who have registered for this AGM. Shareholders and proxies who have registered physically would have received hard copies of the Watson's vouchers during the registration for the AGM here, while those who have registered online will receive their Watson's e-vouchers via email addresses which they have used to register for this meeting. And the e-vouchers will be sent within 7 days from the AGM date. For those of you who drove here today and used your touch and go or credit or debit card to enter the car park, just a quick reminder, please bring that same card to the car park counter at Ballroom 1 before you leave in order to enjoy the complimentary parking. Our team will assist with validating your card. When you are ready to exit, just tap the same card you used to enter. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the business of this meeting, I would like to take a moment, although it has yet to be announced. Allow me to congratulate our President and Group CEO, Dato' Khairul Saleh, for winning several key awards by 2 major publications for Best CEO as well as several awards for Best Bank in Malaysia. I would like now to invite Dato' Khairul Saleh to give you some highlights and updates on Maybank's performance during the financial year 2024. Dato', please.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will take about 20 minutes to cover this presentation, covering both financial and non-financial perspective of our performance in 2024. Sorry. Okay. The first one is that in 2024, we actually delivered positive impact across financials as well as values-based metrics. If you look at our financials, we had a record-breaking year. We recorded a net profit of 10.09 billion ringgit. That is our all-time high. We also continued to sustain strong capital and liquidity levels, and we also registered a return on equity of 11.1%, and that's the highest since 2019. We grew our loans only 5.3%, but we believe that that was quality growth. and this is on the back of deposit growth of 6.5%. And with that strong fundamentals that we delivered last year, we also delivered strong shareholder returns. We did a dividend payout totaling 7.36 billion ringgit, and that's equivalent to 61 cents per share, and this is all full cash. We also recorded the highest dividend yields in the region, about 6%. Our market cap at the end of 31st December went to 123.6 billion ringgit, and that's 15.2% year on year. So if we just look at the 2024 shareholders return covering both share appreciation and the dividend payment that we made, the shareholder return stood at 22.13%, and that's the highest since 2018. Now, we also want to focus on non-financial deliverables as well, because we believe that we are here not just to make money, but to also make an impact across the societies that we serve, and what we call values-driven impact. Under M25+, we have strengthened the fundamentals. We have transformed ourselves into a purpose-driven organization through an agile ways of working. And under purposeful banking as well, and this is based on my impact, we have delivered more than 100 billion ringgit in sustainable finance against our target of 80 billion ringgit, which we needed to achieve by end of this year. So we actually achieved that 1 year earlier and even exceeded it. We have also mobilized more than 12.3 billion ringgit in social finance. This is basically financing to the affordable segment of the population, positively impacting 2.12 million households. We have elevated our customer experience. Our NPS, or Net Promoter Score, has gone up to 43%, from about 34% in the previous year. We have been ranked as one of the best banks by Forbes at 463. And we continued with our humanizing workplace in terms of continuing to be the most preferred employer by graduate, and that has been the case for 10 years running. We have more than half of our workforce of women, and we've got about 25% of our workforce as next-gen talents. Now, equally important is that actually we've got 167 what we call PWDs, people with disabilities. So we have also hired people who are not able to be, just like usual human beings as our workforce. And this is a summary. I'm not going to go into detail, just a snapshot about our financial performance in the last financial year. Basically, generally, we had a good income, particularly from the non-interest income that grew 22.6%. We managed to contain overhead expenses compared to the previous years, and overhead only grew about 8%. We also managed to better our impairment losses slightly to 1.65 billion ringgit, and this was in the absence of a huge write-back that we had back in 2023. So all in then, we recorded a net profit of 10.09 billion, translating into an earnings per share of about 83.6 cents. A bit of color on a bit more detail. On the income side, I mentioned to you about our loans growth. That grew 5.3%, and we saw growth broad-based in Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. These are what we call our home markets. I did mention earlier that this growth is backed by also a strong deposit growth, also across the home markets. We believe that going forward, it's important for us to grow our assets based on a liquidity-driven perspective. NIM, we had some compression in the early part of last year. In the fourth quarter, our NIM was then about 2.09%. And then in the first quarter, it came down to 2.3%. But throughout the year, we have been able to sustain, and in fact, towards the end of last year, we have managed to improve our NIM from 2.03 to 2.06%, given our CASA, the effectiveness of our CASA strategy. Our liquidity remains strong, as indicated by LCR, LDR, and also NSFR. This is a bit of an explanation on our fee income. So our fee income actually again went up by 22.6% year on year. And if you look at some of the core income, wealth fee actually went up by 57%. And for the first time last year, our wealth fee, which is the investment product as well as the banca product, we crossed 1 billion ringgit for the first time since we started this business back in 2010. We also had a good performance in global markets from disposal of bonds and improvement in our forex sales that went up 40% year on year. We also had a good year in IB-related businesses that went up 31%. We had a good, of course, market, but at the same time, our ECM and DCM also performed well. And we also had a good run in our insurance business, where this is from a higher underwriting fee. And of course, all fees that recorded an increase of more than 100% last year. And many of these, I will explain later, actually part of our M25 plus strategic programs and what we call also some super growth areas. Costs, of course, is managed well. We grew 8% compared to 11.8% back in 2023 and 11.2% back in 2022. And then last year, we managed to have a positive jaw. That means that our income actually grew faster than our costs. Another strong improvement was also our asset quality. So if you look at our credit charge, this is on the top left, NCC as we call it, net credit charge. We recorded a net credit charge of 26 basis points, and this is the lowest over the last 9 years from last year. And our gross impaired loans, or GIL in short, has also come down to 1.3% to 1.34%. I think another good indicator from our ability to manage asset quality is what we call loan loss coverage, meaning that for every 1 ringgit of loan loss, how much do we have to cover that loss? And as at the end of last year, that stood at 126.9%. So that means that for 1 ringgit of expected loss in loan, we are already able to cover for 1.26, 1 ringgit 26 cents. Yeah, so more than what we expect to lose. Dividend payout, you will notice that the payout ratio has come down to 73% out of our total profit. But if you look at the top part, our dividend per share actually has gone up from 58 cents in 2022 to 60 cents in 2023 and to 61 cents last year. And with that, again, with the performance that we delivered, we were able to provide a shareholder return of 22.3%. Our capital ratio remains strong. At the group level, our CET1 is at 14.9%, and at the bank level, it's still at 13.67%. What we're trying to do as we do business, as we provide dividend to shareholders, we want to try to maintain internally a core equity tier 1 capital ratio of at least 13%. So now we are at 13.67%. This is a bit busy, but I think I just want to give a color about the traction and progress of our M25 Plus. So on the extreme left will be the areas that we are really focusing on under M25 Plus: wealth management, non-retail, which is SME, global market, forex sales, mid-market segment in the global banking side, cash management, and of course on the insurance side, motor as well as banca. I'm not going to go into the details of what we have done, but more talk about the outcome that we have delivered. So if you look at the yellow box, right, from the top, from wealth fee, we're able to grow wealth fee by 56.8%. I mentioned to you that this is the first time that we crossed the 1 billion ringgit mark. And within that wealth, we also are growing the Islamic wealth business. And the Islamic wealth fee also grew substantially by 47%. The non-retail loans growth, we saw good growth across our home markets. Global markets FX sale also double-digit, 15%, as we look at penetration into the wealth segment and into the SME segment in particular. The mid-market is basically, I think, is our sweet spot in the global banking. We have got huge customer base in this segment, and we think that this growth can still be maintained within that particular segment. We grew the loans by 14.9%, but equally important is being able to increase the deal size, not just from financing, but also IB activities as well, and that deal size has grown by 30%. And cash management, we're able to grow CASA by almost 9%. And the premium in the insurance, as we show here, and the motor and banca, has also grown by double digit. Our focus on M25 Plus is not just about business and financial performance. It's also about trying to perhaps have an agile ways of working our people, particularly focusing on customers. So we have rewired Maybank's DNA to live and breathe customers. We have started building segment-driven strategy as opposed to product strategy. We are focused on customer centricity. And because we believe that customers do not just need financial services, they need an ecosystem of services beyond banking. We have also connected with more than 200 ecosystem partners that are able to provide an end-to-end services to our customer with our services. We have started reconfiguring our operating models using an agile way, and we encourage our people to make a difference in terms of improving and making the positive changes through what we call the light agile ways of working. This is our scorecard for M25 Plus, so we've still got a few more months before we finish 2025, which is the end of M25 Plus. You will see under financial year 2024, we would be able to achieve most of the metrics, perhaps except for two. One is loans growth, and the other one is cost to income. Loans, I think, is by on purpose. We don't necessarily want to overly grow loans at the expense of margin, but we focus on certain segments. Cost to income has gone up. When we roll out M25 Plus back in October, we were not privy of the need for certain things that happened after that. For example, the negotiation of collective agreements with union, that was much more than what we had expected. And because at that time, dollar strengthened, we also had some impact from our costs that are based on revenue as well in US dollar. So potentially under M25 Plus, one area that we will not meet, and we have also made it known to the shareholders and the public, is our cost to income. We should be able to achieve the rest. So moving away a bit from financial performance, I mentioned to you that we also are heavily focused on our purpose beyond financial, positively impacting society and communities. First is on sustainability. We have got 4 commitments on the left-hand side: sustainable finance, improving lives across ASEAN, our carbon emission reduction by 2030, and of course, living sustainability by Maybankers. We are pleased to say that we are on track to exceed all this if we haven't exceeded. And just to give you some color on what we are doing on the sustainability front is that we have actually launched what we call white papers on 6 sectors to be able to guide us in terms of how we actually are going to reduce carbon emission, especially in the hard to abate sectors. We were the first bank to help, for example, Tenaga in this case, to transition, to have a transition finance framework. We launched My Impact SME Hub because we believe that it's important for SMEs to understand in the first place and to embark on a journey towards transition, because they are a key component under Scope 3 of a lot of corporates' sustainability journey. And for all this, again, I mentioned we have been recognized globally. One of the awards that we won was on the Global Award, which was the Best Bank for Sustainable Financing in Emerging Markets. And that's not just Malaysia, that's not just ASEAN, it's actually globally. And this is on the social impact front. So we talk about sustainability. If we deep dive further on the social impact, there are 2 parts we are doing. The left-hand side is about our financing business, and that's part of our core business. The part towards the right will be on our social empowerment, which normally we call beyond banking. So on the social financing side, this is primarily to the affordable segment, affordable financing to the lower segment. We have actually touched more than 480,000 beneficiaries last year. Those are some of the key programs in the white boxes. I'm not going to go detail on that. But the key point is that we have actually assisted about 480,000 clients, especially in the underserved segments, totaling about 12.2 billion ringgit last year. And then on social empowerment, this is about social impact. We cover that under three: education, community, and environment. And if you total up the amount that we spent last year, that's about 68 million ringgit. And the beneficiaries are students, youth, women, people with disabilities, marginalized community, and of course the environment. We are also into tiger conservation because clearly tiger is important to us as our logo. We're also into marine conservation. We are into mangrove planting as well. I mentioned to you earlier about our improvement in NPS, Net Promoter Score, that has improved from 37 positive to 43 positive. Again, with a clear focus and double down on customer centricity. We look at hyper-personalization, we simplified banking through digital applications that enable our customers to access our solutions faster, smoother, cheaper. We regionalize our products, one we call Global Islamic Wealth Offering, for example. And then even on the insurance side, we have got what we call Etika Plus to provide an all-in-one app for protection needs. I mentioned about beyond banking. It's important now for us to think solutioning beyond banking to be able to serve the end-to-end customer journey needs. And hence, we have connected with more than 200 ecosystem partners to be able to do that. In the middle is about our tech governance. We established what we call board and ESCO technology committees in 2024 to ensure that we got proper oversight in ensuring maintenance, in ensuring robust resiliency of our system, as well as to modernize our technology solution, again, with the aim of serving our customers better. And this can also be proven by some of the statistics that we saw last year from digital customers. We have got 77% of our customers that are accessed digitally. We are doing about 81% of our sales digitally. We have got more than 1.26 trillion ringgit worth of digital monetary transactions, and we've got about 10.2 million digital active customers in Maybank Group. Of course, last but not least, and equally important as far as impact is concerned, is our own people, Maybankers. We have invested and we continue to invest in nurturing our talents, especially in equipping them with the ability to, provide services using capability and technology such as AI. We've got good gender diversity, we've got good inclusivity, and the outcome proves itself. In 2024, our Sustainable Engagement Index with our employees stood at 92%, and this is best globally, and that has increased from 89% in 2023. I just want to, provide perspective of our performance over the last 5 years across all these key metrics. If you look at it from the left-hand side, our non-interest income has grown nicely, and last year was an absolutely good year as far as NOI is concerned. We reported a growth of 24%. Cost-to-income ratio is the one that is a bit sticky and something that we will address, not necessarily from cost, but also from income. We have been able to improve our credit quality, as evidenced by the decrease in net credit charge from 88 basis points in 2020, of course, as a height of COVID, to 26 basis points last year. Our ROE has improved from 8.1% to 11.1%. I'll talk about loans growth. Again, it's not necessarily just getting the highest loans growth, but quality growth. And this is supported by strong capital ratios over the years. This is my last slide. So back in February, when we announced our full year results for 2024, we gave this guidance to the public. We said that we think that we can grow loans between 5% and 6%. We can keep the cost to income below 49%, given the need to balance between being efficient and continuing to spend, especially in technology modernization. We also guided an ROE of at least 11.3% and a net credit charge off rate of at most 30%. But we know what happened early this month. Things are going haywire. things are very uncertain. Nobody knows the answer. And for us as a house, we have actually reduced the forecast for economic growth in Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, in the region. So with that, we think that given the uncertainty and market volatility, we may need to revise our guidance should this uncertainty heighten or continue. So with that, I thank you and hand over to our Council Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dato' Khairul. Before you leave the stage, may I also request that you share with our shareholders the questions that we have received from our substantial shareholders, PNB and EPF, as well as from MSWG, and our responses to the same. These Q&As are currently available on your corporate website, as well as under the Documents tab of this virtual meeting portal. Dato', please.
Thank you, Council Chairman. So we will cover the questions from Permodalan Nasional Berhad, PNB first. First question or request actually is to disclose our total shareholder return over past 1, 3, and 5 years up to the end of 2024. So 1-year return was at 22.13%, as I presented. 3-year return is at 49.3%. And if you look at a longer horizon of 5 years, our return was at almost 66%. We also disclose this shareholder return over a 20-year duration in our integrated annual report on page 85 under investor information, for your information. The next question was the board's view on what are the 1 or 2 key critical drivers of total shareholder return for Maybank. We believe that the critical driver is ROE, return on equity. And we believe boosting ROE is key in continuing to support the group's growth and rewarding shareholders via dividends. So this can be achieved by focusing on improving revenue, operating efficiently, and managing asset quality and capital effectively to grow profitability, but at the same time to enable sustainable dividend payouts. Next is what are the strategic initiatives that Maybank has put in place to improve these key drivers and enhance TSR for the next 3 years. So we will again focus on the fundamentals, growing income, preserving margin, making sure that we have got continued net interest income uplift from areas such as wealth, investment banking, global markets, flow business, banca. We will have to continue to proactively manage asset quality and at the same time ensure optimal capital usage. What was good last year was that we have been able to grow our RWA less than loans growth, and hence capital consumption was also preserved. But we do have to take into account the need for investment to strengthen the capabilities and modernize our technology-related support. And last but not least, again, in this current market outlook, which is very volatile and remain uncertain, we do have to see how we can ensure ROE is enhanced as well. Next, under M25 Plus, a strategic plan to drive growth, 2 metrics, CIR, cost to income. The question is that cost to income has remained elevated, making it unlikely to achieve the FY25 target. What factors have hindered? I did mention earlier, this is one metric that we will not meet under M25 Plus. And there were a few things. One, again, is the collective agreement with the union that we recorded back in 2023. And then we also saw a pickup in revenue-related costs, especially on foreign currency impact for our credit card-related schemes, rising from a stronger dollar at that time. So these are the 2 key things. And at the same time, we will try to enhance our efficiency, but having the need to still invest in capability and technology infrastructure. Moving on. So the point is under B, Maybank was already able to achieve ROE of 11.1% in 24, which is within the range. What were the key drivers that enabled Maybank to achieve? I think I've already explained that. Perhaps we can move to the next set of questions. what are the initiatives in financial year 25 to maximize the ROE towards the higher end? So we've got a range between 11 and 12%. We reported an ROE of 11.1%. We guided that we try to achieve 11.3% this year. The question is, can we move beyond 11.3, closer to 12? So I guess these are the things that we will continue to grow and do, and we will try our best to be able to exceed what we had projected. Next, as we approach the final year of M25+, can you give us an insight behind the thinking and methodology in formulating Maybank's next strategic blueprint? So we will continue to build on the strong foundation that we have put in place from M25+, taking into account, of course, emerging mega trends, forward-looking scenarios, as well as changes in operating environment. We are now in the midst of developing this next wave of strategy, but we believe that this will still be anchored on our purpose of being a values-driven platform powered by a bionic workforce that humanizes financial services. At the same time, we think we will continue to double down on customer centricity, managing capital deployment versus returns more diligently, and building on our strengths and competencies that are recognized either globally, regionally, or locally to spearhead our strategy. In any event, we will communicate this strategy towards end of this year. Moving on, the US has unveiled reciprocal tariff with baseline of 10%. So the question is, what is the potential impact in the banking industry, particularly for our home markets, and which segments will likely be most affected, and how is Maybank addressing the fluctuations and volatility? Indeed, if things are very volatile, when you wake up one day, this is what is announced. You don't stay tuned to the TV. You can lose a major announcement in a particular day. So things are, bottom line, very, very uncertain and very volatile. But there could be this decoupling between US and China, resulting in a negative spill to other markets. We can anticipate increased uncertainties in our home markets. And this could come from foreign exchange, interest rate, and equity markets. Under normal circumstances, in volatility like this and uncertainty, investors will go to dollar, investors will buy US treasuries. But in this case, it's the reverse. They're actually selling dollar and selling treasuries. So, we just need to be able to see how things pan out. But there will be potentially some slowing economic growth as we had projected, and with that then potentially slowing loans growth as well. So the impact of potential interest rate cut is also another thing, and of course, if there is a rate cut, normally banks will be adversely affected because we are not able to adjust our deposit funding as fast as the adjustment in loans pricing. But if you look at our portfolio, we think our portfolio is fairly well diversified, domestic driven, and overseas exposures are mainly concentrated within our regional footprint. Based on our initial assessment, our exposure to borrowers impacted by US tariff actually is small. So we expect asset quality to remain stable and still coming within our guidance for the full year of not more than 30 basis points. Segments that are likely to be affected by the tariff war, multinational corporations, even though we don't lend to these segments in a big way, and local corporates that are involved in manufacturing, electrical, electronic plantation sectors. We will continuously review our credit underwriting standards. On top of this, we have put in place mechanisms to identify vulnerabilities in a timely manner. And apart from continue to engage our clients, we will also adopt a cautious approach for tariff-impacted sectors in favor of borrowers that demonstrate resilience and proactive mitigation sectors. Next, I think the assessment on our other home markets such as Singapore and Indonesia is similar, so I won't go into the detail. But again, apart from the lending or apart from our credit portfolio, we're also looking closely at our market risk portfolio, especially from volatility of foreign exchange and interest rate. Moving on. The question is, although we acknowledge that Maybank's payout ratio is higher than domestic peers, the trend has been declining from 91% to 73%. So the question is this a short-term response? If this is the latter, how does Maybank prioritize and allocate capital within the group? So I did mention in my presentation, whilst the percentage of payout has come down, the dividend per share, amount per share has gone up. So I think that's the key focus for us. Obviously, during the COVID-19 period, we had to conserve capital, and that's why we have to use a dividend reinvestment plan to do this. As much as possible, we will try not to use dividend reinvestment plan because this will dilute EPS and this also will dilute ROE, again for the benefit of our shareholders. The last question from PNB is what would be our long-term sustainable payout ratio and corresponding target CET1 capital ratio? So I will answer the second one first. I did mention in my presentation we want to try to maintain a minimum CET1 of 13% at the bank level, not just necessarily at the group level, because we pay dividend from the bank capital ratio. And we have got a minimum payout policy of 40%. And of course, we have exceeded that in all cases. But just that allows us with the flexibility. But again, our focus will be on higher absolute amount of dividend payout based on per share, as well as against our profit. I think that's the set of questions from PNB. If I may now move to the set of questions from Employees Provident Fund, EPF. First question is, there was a slight increase in utilization of benefit of directors, rising from 12.4% in 23 to 17% in 24. So what's the reason? The increase was mainly attributed to the payment of meeting allowance and the frequency of board and board committee meetings held during the period in question, being the largest component of benefits payable. And also, please note that the quantum of meeting allowance payable to non-executive directors has also increased from 4,000 ringgit to 4,500 ringgit per meeting upon us receiving approval from you, our shareholders, last year at the AGM. The other thing is that the number of board and board committee meetings for the period beginning our 64th AGM up to the upcoming or today's AGM is also longer compared to the previous year, because last year we had our AGM in later, right? So the total number is also expected to outnumber the total number of meetings held during the period that compared to the previous year. And the next one is there's been a slight 33% decrease in overall auditors' remuneration. The reason is the one-off fees incurred in 2023 for the adoption of significant new accounting standards, and this is primarily in our insurance business, as the industry was required to adopt MFRS 17. The validation scope included day one adoption impact. Yep. So that has been done, and we don't expect that to recur. Next question. There was also an significant increase in the fees for assurance and non-audit services, 21% and 26% respectively. The increase basically was attributable to the issuance of a comfort letter in relation to a bond issuance in Indonesia, and agreed upon procedures on qualifying loans and investment for income tax reporting purposes in Singapore. On the non-audit services, this was attributable to sustainability training services. So we are quite clear in terms of where we get the services from our auditors, statutory auditors. Number 3, dividend payout has decreased. Would appreciate clarification. There are any other factors why it has decreased? I think I've explained. I don't intend to repeat that. Similarly, on page, the last question, we would appreciate clarification if there are any other factors influencing the downward trend. No, I think, again, it's about focus on absolute amount and, of course, the point of still needing capital to grow and ensuring that our minimum capital ratio internally is maintained at around 13%. Yeah. If I can move on to the next set of questions, and this is from our minority shareholders watchdog group. First one is on the impact of intensifying global tariff. What are the key macroeconomic and sectoral challenges Maybank anticipates? Our research house basically expects downside risks to global and ASEAN growth because of the heightened uncertainties caused by the evolving US trade policy. I mentioned about the segments that will be affected. We do expect growth, however, to still be present in ASEAN, right? So whilst the projection on economy will decline a bit, there is still growth. So that's key. And generally, we will try to, grow at least at market or at least at industry growth level. Next question is, how might these developments impact Maybank loans growth? So I just mentioned that. We believe that there will be an impact, but equally important is that the portion of export to US amongst all our export customers is also small, only about 5%. And domestic consumption and domestic investment still constitute the bulk of our economy. So we can still depend on local activities to be able to support growth in at least our home markets. But I think one key thing is that given the uncertainty, we do expect people, especially our clients, to have a wait-and-see attitude. They may not want to put the money now, but want to see how things develop and stabilize over the next few weeks, if not months. Next question. How might these developments impact Maybank loans growth and asset quality? I've mentioned that. Next question is on carbon neutrality. So in 2024, we purchased carbon credits, including MRECs, etc. So the use of RECs in offsetting carbon emission is debatable, as companies may still consume the same amount of fossil-based energy. So what is the group's stance and view on the purchase of RECs? And what would the group consider phasing out the use of RECs in future? So we actually prioritize reducing carbon footprint by actively minimizing energy consumption. When we look at our consumption last year, there's actually been an absolute reduction in electricity consumption. That's under scope 2 of about 18% in 2024 compared to the baseline that we set in 2019. So consumption itself, we actually had reduced it for scope 2. Just that, I think there was a change in methodology, how it was computed, and this actually by the authorities and not from us. And hence, we have to then reflect a higher amount. But again, these RECs, basically, they are actually recognized globally and recognized as an instrument for us to decarbonize. Yeah. So we are also doing this as we ourselves are transitioning. Next question is on whether in our net zero target by 2050, we have been officially certified by Science Based Targets Initiative. The short answer is no, because we are not a member of Science Based Target Initiative, or SBTI. But we do adhere to a meticulous and scientifically grounded approach in formulating its targets in alignment with Net Zero Banking Alliance, or NZBA. And we ensure that our strategy and targets are consistent with the overall goal to achieve net zero emission 2050. And we also, just instead of relying on single reference pathway, we actually adopt pathways that are most appropriate for our target markets and industry exposure. Next question. Bank Negara had on 11 July last year imposed administrative monetary penalty on Maybank 750,000 and Maybank Islamic 150,000 for non-compliance associated with late, incomplete or inaccurate submission of data. And then later, Bank Negara also imposed an amount of 4.32 million ringgit on the bank, both Islamic and conventional, due to unplanned downtime and maximum tolerable downtime, due inability to recover effectively. So the question is, what were the underlying governance and operational lapses that led to the non-compliances? Were the vulnerabilities highlighted in internal audits before the enforcement actions? So the first one, which was related to statistical returns, this actually was for secrets and balance of payment reporting. We noted that similar enforcement actions have been taken against other financial institutions as well, just that we decided to appeal. When we decided to appeal, they decided then to disclose this publicly. Had we not appealed, this had not come publicly. But we are aware of the challenges, given that we are managing high volume, complex regulatory data. And we are taking steps by enhancing our systems, strengthening our controls, and training our staff going forward. We acknowledge that achieving zero error outcomes in high volume environments is extremely challenging, but we have observed a consistent improving trend since we put efforts to improve this since 2018. The second AMP, we acknowledge that back in 23 and 22, our mobile app did not meet the risk management in technology. But over time, this also occurred during a period of significant transition as we were migrating from our M2U mobile app to the new May app. But again, I mentioned earlier that we set up a board technology committee at the board level, and also at the management level also we also set up a technology committee. You know, again, basically we are committed to take steps to strengthen governance, enhance system monitoring. And equally important is to accelerate investments in technology to not only address resilience issues, but also modernize the group capabilities to meet the needs of our customers. So far, we are in compliance with Section 10.32 of RMIT. On the audit side, reporting processes and controls as well as systems availability are subject to internal audit with relevant findings highlighted for ratification. But the nature of findings for some of these matters will take time for rectification, as it requires emplacement of infrastructure and procurement of resources. Next question is on main focus areas deliberated by board last year, included intensifying oversight and tech-related matters. And this is based on our write-up on page 127 of the IER report. The question was, were these issues brought to the attention of the Board Technology Committee, Risk Management Committee, or other committees? What were the discussions as well as the outcome of this discussion? Yes, absolutely, these matters were brought to the attention of the BTC and RMC, and prior to action taken by Bank Negara. And the EMP was escalated to the board, of course, for its further deliberation and consideration to oversee the implementation of system corrections, process enhancements, and looking at root cause measures. RMC, as well as the board, have been receiving regular monthly updates where appropriate, providing guidance, of course, on the measures taken. On the second EMP, the issue of unexpected system disruptions was delegated by the board to BTC and to the RMC. This has been deliberated at length every month in terms of what we need to do in terms of investment in particular. Again, the focus of the board, if I can represent the board, is we are not just looking at resilience, which is vital, but it's also looking at modernization moving forward with the objective of, again, serving our customers seamlessly, effectively, and without disruption. Were any leadership performance evaluations, KPIs, or variable compensation impacted by the non-compliance? Yes, performance evaluations and variable compensations of certain sectors, departments, and individuals were assessed with consideration of the non-compliance. These factors were taken into account in determining their performance rating and, of course, performance reward as well. Next, what concrete actions and measures have been taken to prevent future non-compliances? For statistical submissions, again, broadly, it's about enhanced oversight and governance, accountability of our people through KPI setting, investment in technology and digital solutions, and elevating the skill competency and our operational efficiency. On the tech-related measures, I think it's fairly similar. Talk about governance, infrastructure, monitoring mechanism, and equally important about training and awareness of our people. So, Chairman, that's the response, our response to all the questions from the institutional shareholders.
Thank you very much, Dato' Khairul. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with today's businesses, allow me to briefly explain the meeting proceedings. For each resolution, I will first read out for your attention. Following that, we will invite a proposer and a seconder to propose and second the resolution. After tabling all the resolutions, we will then address all the questions that you may have regarding these resolutions during the question and answer session. The first item on the agenda is to receive the audited financial statements of Maybank and the Group for the financial year ended 31 December 2024 and reports of directors and auditors thereon, which have already been reviewed by Bank Negara Malaysia. Pursuant to Section 3401A of the Companies Act, the audited financial statements are laid before you for discussion only. Hence, it will not be put forward for voting. However, we will answer questions received regarding the Group's financial performance in 2024 during the question and answer session. I'm also pleased to inform you that the engagement partner from Messrs. Ernst & Young, Mr. Chan Hui Lam, is present today in case you wish to ask the auditors any questions pertaining to the audited financial statements. Let us now move on to the next agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary resolutions 1 to 5 are to deal with the re-elections of directors who are due to retire during this meeting. Before we proceed, I would like to inform you that the board's recommendations to re-elect these directors is based on board succession plan, which takes into account not only the board's mix of skill and experience, but also matters related to gender and cultural diversity. Their fitness and propriety have also been assessed by our Nomination and Remuneration Committee, and on this note, their fit and proper assessments have been found to be satisfactory as far as the board is concerned. The requisite approvals on their tenure as directors, as approved by Bank Negara Malaysia, also remain current. Ordinary Resolution 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Ordinary Resolution 1 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Puan Fauziah Hisham, an independent non-executive director who shall retire by rotation in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. The profile of Puan Fauziah can be found on page 113 of the Annual Report 2024. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 1, please? Thank you. Can I have a member, I propose ordinary resolution. Okay, thank you there for that. And can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. I second the ordinary as you seconded. Thank you. Excuse me. The aircon here is a little bit freezing, so we're almost like in Arctic right now. Thank you. Sorry. Ordinary Resolution 2. Ordinary Resolution 2 is to seek your approval on the re-election of Encik Sharifuddin Khalid, an independent non-executive director who shall retire by rotation in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. The profile of Encik Sharifuddin can be found on page 114 of the Annual Report 2024. Can I have a member to propose Ordinary Resolution 2? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you very much. Next is Ordinary Resolution 3, and this is to seek your approval on the re-election of Ms. Shirley Goh, an independent non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Articles 104 and 105 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. The profile of Ms. Shirley Goh can be found on page 114 of the Annual Report 2024. Can I have a member to propose this resolution, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you very much. Next is Ordinary Resolution 4. And this resolution is to seek your approval on the re-election of Ms. Chiam So Hong, an independent non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Article 108 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered herself for re-election. Profile of Mrs. Chiam can be found on page 115 of the Annual Report 2024. Can I have a member to propose this resolution, please? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Moving on to Ordinary Resolution 5. This resolution is to seek your approval on the re-election of Mr. Vittorio Fulan, an independent non-executive director who shall retire in accordance with Article 108 of the company's constitution, and being eligible has offered himself for re-election. The profile of Mr. Fulan can be found on page 115 of the Annual Report 2024. Can I have a member to propose this resolution, please? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Ordinary Resolution 6 is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of the following fees to the non-executive directors for the period from this AGM to next AGM of the company. Chairman's fee of 700,000 ringgit per annum, Vice Chairman's fee of 500,000 ringgit per annum, Director's fee of 335,000 ringgit per annum for each non-executive director, Board Committee Chairman's fee of 85,000 ringgit per annum for Chairman of each Board Committee, and Board Committee members' fee of 50,000 ringgit per annum for each member of a Board Committee. Yeah, for your information, the fee structure as proposed under this resolution is the same as the fee structure approved by you during the AGM held last year on 25th April 2024. In other words, we are not proposing for any increase in fees. Okay, any proposer for this resolution, please? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Now moving on to Resolution 7. Ordinary Resolution 7 is to seek your approval on the proposed payment of benefits to the non-executive directors of an amount of up to 3,770,000 ringgit for the period from this AGM to the next AGM of the company. Similar to our proposal on directors' fees discussed earlier, the amount to be approved as benefits payable to the non-executive directors is the same amount that you had approved during the AGM held last year. Can I have a member to propose this resolution, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Moving on, Ordinary Resolution 8 is to seek your approval on the proposed reappointment of Messrs. Ernst & Young as auditors of the company for the financial year ending 31 December 2025 and to authorize the directors to fix their remuneration. Can I have a member to propose this resolution, please? Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. All right, moving on. Ordinary Resolution 9 is the special business to be transacted at this meeting. It is to seek your approval to authorize directors to allot and issue shares pursuant to dividend reinvestment plan in respect of dividends declared after this AGM until the next AGM. The full text of this Ordinary Resolution 9 and the explanatory note are set out in the notice of AGM. Can I have a proposer, please? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now that all the resolutions have been tabled, we will now proceed to the Q&A session, as our intention is to address all questions received from shareholders during this meeting. We request for your patience and understanding as we endeavor to do so. As done last year, we will publish the entire set of questions received from all shareholders during this meeting on our responses on our corporate website after the AGM. During the Q&A session, we'll only respond to questions relating to the meeting and the proposed resolutions as read out to you earlier. All questions and feedback that we receive relating to Maybank's products and services will be answered by our customer feedback and resolution team. If you have not received any response from them within the next few days, you may contact them at cfrm@maybank.com.my to follow up. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that this arrangement is acceptable to you, and we shall now proceed with the Q&A session. We have received many questions from shareholders over the last few weeks leading up to today's meeting. As such, we will answer all these questions first before we answer questions submitted during this meeting and from the floor. I now call upon Dato' Khairul Saleh to read the questions that we have received from the shareholders before this meeting and our responses to the same. Dato', if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, shareholders, as we have received over 50 questions via the virtual meeting platform prior to the meeting, we have grouped similar questions and feedback by topics to give collated response. We will display on the screen on all individual questions received by shareholders' name for each topic while I read out a summary of the combined questions before proceeding to give the response. As mentioned by Tan Sri Chairman, you can also view the pre-AGM questions and our responses on our corporate website or the documents tab of the virtual meeting portal. So having grouped those questions, we still have about 40 topics of questions. So the first one is on door gifts. Question will be things like, can you provide Aeon physical voucher, reload pin for e-wallet, e-voucher for East Malaysian shareholders who are not able to be here? What about virtual attendees? Will you get a voucher as well? And there's a question down there from E. Pei An. If I proxy myself and another person, will both of us get the dog gift? And there's also a question from Teo Kui Hua, whether we can increase it from 50 ringgit to 100 ringgit. And then the three shareholders basically are asking, I've emailed the Maybank support, but no response. Anyone can help. So there's quite a bit of a request for assistance to ensure that shareholders get the door gift. So basically, shareholders and proxies who have registered for this AGM and attending the same physically will receive hard copies of Watson vouchers with a value of 50 ringgit. I have received mine as well during the registration for the AGM at the meeting venue. Shareholders and proxies who have registered for this AGM and attending the same virtually will receive Watson e-vouchers with the same value of 50 ringgit. For e-Pay-an, if you wish to participate at the AGM, you must not submit any proxy form. You will not be allowed to participate in the meeting. However, in the event that you have two CDS accounts, then you and your two proxies are entitled for door gifts. For Teo Kui Hua, we will take note of your suggestion to increase the amount. For Tan Yuan Ai, Ng Yin Kang, and Ng Yin Ki, they probably are related. A rep from our Maybank Group Corporate Secretariat will reach out to you to address your request. Yeah, so our team can also be reached out for this assistance. The next topic is on the conduct of AGM and AGM service provider. So the request is for virtual AGM to continue for elderly shareholders. There's also a request to select venue near LRT MRT station. There's a question on how much we spend on hybrid AGM. Why not have AGM at HQ building in Bukit Kewangan? Sorry, I wish to attend meeting virtually. And the other one is, I guess, it's a commendation that we have actually become, one of the leaders in holding AGM. Actually, you were the first one, right? What? We were ahead of Bursa. Okay. There is one negative and discouraging note observed is that there remains many big and established companies. Again, it's about us providing that leadership. So this AGM, we will continue to hold it in a hybrid format. Again, taking into account greater accessibility, especially for elderly shareholders. We actually put out in the notice that we will have it here at MITEC. We have been provided transportation from the Semantan MRT station, and this will be at regular intervals. We actually have set aside about 2 million ringgit for this shareholder meeting, again, to be able to interact with you. We will only know the actual costs once we have got all the bills. Holding meetings at our Menara Maybank can help reduce costs, but there are also other challenges such as the size of the space and also parking, etc. And we may create a lot of havoc in Jalan Tun Perak for people there. And following the successful hybrid for the first time last year, we plan to continue. Of course, we are here today under the hybrid arrangement. For Chin Swee Mei, we take note that you have registered for virtual attendance, and for Yo Cheng Chuan, thank you for your feedback. The next topic is on buyback split bonus rights, though this keeps coming up every year. When management will do buyback like DBS or CBC, what about split warrants and even repurchase some shares based on buyback? I guess we believe that our shares remain at an affordable price relative to other public listed companies. And we do not have plans to undertake any of those exercises for now. For Ui Chi Peng, on the DRP, I will also answer that in the next section. And on that note, the next topic is on the dividend payout and dividend reinvestment plan. Comments, of course, is to increase dividend. Singapore top 3 banks has announced higher dividend, strong capital. And mathematically, based on our capital ratio, in Basel III, is there room for Maybank to declare higher dividend? Please declare higher dividend. The resolution was passed last year for us to implement the RP in case we need it. So the question is why you did not do it, and if you don't do it, do you need a resolution? Can Maybank maintain dividend payout? Is the company considering setting up a clearer shareholder return policy, such as dividend growth policy? And what is the reason for dividend payout to decline? So I think that one I've already explained, if I may, Chiu Leng Hochat, in my presentation, and also answer to institutional shareholders. But of course, before we decide on the dividend payout, we have to take into consideration many things. Our expectation for growth, also highlighted about Basel III reform. We are still now in the midst of implementing this Basel III reform. And from this year alone, there is a slight negative impact, when we implemented the operational risk weight. So we are also having to then monitor the implementation of Basel III because this takes up to 2030. Yeah. The key thing is also to take into consideration the business growth. Yeah. So again, we remain committed to rewarding our shareholders. Again, as part of our corporate strategy, strong dividend yield, continued increase in the dividend per share perspective. So a lot of this has been explained, and I hope shareholders are happy with the explanation that I've given earlier. The next question, if I may pass to Dr. Hasnita, who is chairman of our Nomination and Remuneration Committee, to answer this question.
Okay, thank you, President. The question is about the composition and size of the board. So this is determined through a holistic approach. We are guided by a few principles. Number one, we have only one executive director on the board, which is the president. Number two, there's a clear separation of roles and responsibilities between the chairman and the president. Number three, the chairman does not chair any of the board committees that are regulated, for example, audit, NRC, and risk management committees. Number four, we have to ensure that all board committees have a majority of independent directors and are chaired by an independent director as well. Number five, we rotate the membership of board committees from time to time. And number six, we have to appoint a senior independent director from among the independent director. We are also guided by Bank Negara expectations in terms of the ideal size, and it's determined to be at least 12. As part of succession planning, it could be increased to 13, so that the composition does not fall below 12 in case a director has to step down at any point in time. In addition, Maybank practice is to have a director of the main board to sit on and or chair each of the key subsidiaries. Given our regional presence and number of key subsidiaries, we need to ensure that we have a sufficient number of directors on the board. We also have 7 committees, so a larger board size ensures responsibilities are distributed across the directors to ensure that they can dedicate sufficient time. I'll pass back to President.
Thank you, Dr. Snita. If we can move on, the next set of questions is on Maybank's outlook. What is our outlook for this year and next year? How do we assess the impact of government policies on banking sector stability? How are we preparing for potential global economic slowdown, GDP, etc.? Yeah. I mentioned to you earlier that our research house did expect the global GDP growth to moderate and to 2.5%, but this is already a slight reduction from the earlier projection in the beginning of the year, given what is panning out under the reciprocal tariff war. And similarly for ASEAN and Malaysia, so there is that expectation that economy will slow down. Or not slowing, the growth will slightly slow down. Yeah. But again, we think that despite these external challenges, investment activity is still expected to remain, to be supported by strategic initiatives by the government. such as the energy transition, new industrial master plan, the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, etc. And we think that with the outlook that we're seeing, there is a possibility that Bank Negara might reduce the OPR by about 25 basis points. We actually saw, I think earlier today, that inflation has also remained under control, at least for March. Inflation was only about 1.4%. And the projection from central bank is still at 2.5 to 2.8%. So given that inflation has remained manageable and what's happening around the world, there is a possibility that interest rate might come down. And the trend is also similar in Singapore and Indonesia. We are again now in the final year of our M25 Plus strategic plan. We will continue to accelerate the implementation of the 14 strategic programs with the aim of intensifying customer centricity and accelerating digital and technological modernization. We have seen the positive traction from our super growth areas such as wealth, FX, mid-cap, and SME. So we'll continue to focus on those segments as well. Obviously, we want to preserve our net interest margin as we grow our asset, which we have projected to grow between 5% and 6% this year. We're also mindful of potential risks and downsides. I mentioned a few, but this will again include macroeconomic environment, evolving regulatory demands and compliance requirement, digital and technology advancement by our competitors in the industry, sustainability agenda as well, because if we can stay on course with this, and this is not just Maybank, but the whole of nation approach in implementing sustainability agenda, the growth can also be enhanced. Last but not least, is about people in terms of making sure that we have the right the people with skills as well to implement all these things. The next set of questions is the impact from U.S. trade and tariff developments. How are we assessing the risk of U.S.-led de-risking from China, especially for our home markets and ASEAN? How do we navigate U.S. sanctions, such as on Russian-linked entities, while serving the ASEAN trade flows? Any incidents of payment delays, rejection due to U.S. secondary sanctions? Do we have exposure to Chinese tech firms such as Huawei, SMIC, targeted by U.S. sanctions? If yes, how are we mitigating this risk? How exposed is Maybank to China economy? And the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act prioritizes U.S.-made clean tech, such as EVs and solar panels. How is this affecting Malaysian exporters? Are we tightening our credit for Malaysian firms caught in U.S.-China tech rivalry? Are you seeing clients restructuring supply chains? What's the impact of weaker global trade? And does Maybank have any major exposure to clients, exporters being affected by tariff? How is Maybank anticipating the impact of tariffs? Again, something similar. Will Maybank adjust its dividend policy after considering the impact of tariffs? And the last one, I think something similar. So we have actually implemented a range of strategies across different areas of the organization to proactively manage this risk. And from trading and banking book perspectives, global market exposures are also actively managed because we do have exposure in foreign currency as well, in US dollar, etc. And what we are doing now, I think we are quite confident that we can manage all this within our risk appetite. So the key thing is to be able to ensure that our risk parameters are observed. These exposures are monitored daily and supported by what-if stress testing and scenarios to simulate any potential losses. We also work closely to look at our FI exposures, financial institution exposures overseas. And we will adjust, if necessary, in terms of the size, the limit, the tenor of our exposures, etc. Specifically related to US tariffs, we maintain a sectoral heat map to identify countries and subsectors that are deemed high risk. And this tool enables us to sharpen our focus on areas that warrant closer monitoring. As usual, our key credit-related strategies would be proactive identification engagement with borrowers. We do engage actively. We do early review of exposure and escalation, and also we elevate any risk assessment and risk mitigation. Now, if you look at the exposure itself, comprehensive assessment has been done, and of course we will continue to do that. Generally, our group's non-retail exposures are fairly diversified across multiple sectors, and most of which are domestically oriented. They constitute majority of the non-retail exposure, and the number of potentially affected borrowers is small. It's less than 0.5% of group loans, with many reporting potential mild impact, because the reliance on US export, even though they're exporters, is also small, less than 5%. We saw yesterday the imposition of an extremely high tariff on solar manufacturers. Again, we have done the scanning and our exposure is negligible. So again, we will not be negatively affected by that. But the key thing now is to remain committed to supporting our customers. We have always been a bank for all kinds of weather, not just bad weather, or not just good weather in the case, right? I think we need to be helping our customers in this situation and understand whether there's help that we can extend to them. So loan demand, again, we think that potentially be affected as business either shelf or have a wait-and-see attitude in investment. On exposure to Chinese tech firms targeted by US sanctions, we do not have such exposure, but we are actively identifying any potential vulnerable borrowers beyond China-based firms for early intervention. I mentioned about the exposure to solar, and on restructuring of supply chain, we do anticipate potential reshaping of trade flows. Again, potential increase in ASEAN, intra-ASEAN trade flow, and even new bilateral partnership as far as trade is concerned. So finally, we do aim to mitigate the effects of weaker global trade by focusing on regional opportunities together with proactive portfolio management. If we can move on to the next set of questions, this is on Maybank's overall performance. How does this rising geopolitical risk, how does it impact our international operations? Is the bank adjusting its risk exposure? After the 2023 US regional bank collapse, SVB, does Maybank anticipate tighter global credit conditions? Which ASEAN markets are the biggest growth drivers for Maybank? How is Maybank navigating challenges like inflation? How does the Fed's monetary policy affect Maybank's funding costs? Is Maybank seeing capital outflows or FX volatility due to US rate? Will the management accelerate expansion in high-growth markets such as Indonesia and the Philippines? We mentioned earlier, we primarily operate in ASEAN. Our regional markets are well diversified and to a large degree led by domestic consumption and investment. Having said that, we do expect to see some impact arising from this volatility. There was a question on SVB and First Republic. I think we were prepared for that situation that happened back in 2023, primarily because of our securities portfolio. The bond portfolio is actually well diversified. It's only a small portion of our total asset. In SVB's case, their securities actually were more than 50% of their total assets. And they were actually very focused on one single sector, which is the tech sector. But in our case, our portfolio is very, very diversified. Our current underwriting standards mandate the identification and assessment of our potential risks, including interest rate fluctuation. I mentioned about the risk appetite earlier. On capital outflows, we have not observed material capital outflows compared to other past stress events such as the subprime crisis and the global financial crisis. On US policy rate, that could affect some of our key markets, especially in our dollar funding. However, most of our funding across home markets are in local currency. We do ensure any long-term foreign currency borrowings are of floating rate basis, and in the current situation, we need to shorten the duration given the steepening of the curve. We did elaborate earlier in terms of our strategic growth drivers. We're committed in strengthening our non-interest income, such as wealth, investment bank, insurance. Our largest international contribution to the group are Singapore and Indonesia operations, making up 30% of our loans and 25% of our profit. These markets, we believe, will continue to be the core income and profit generators for the group for the near term. If I move on to support to SMEs, the question is, what support is Maybank providing to struggling SMEs and rising borrowing costs? Now, we have observed actually quite many SMEs have been struggling still, even post-COVID. We have been active in providing repayment assistance and even restructuring. We note that there will be SMEs that can survive, that can come out of this difficult situation. But at the same time, you also note that even with the assistance, some of these SMEs may not be able to survive, unfortunately. From our point of view, we have been, again, from a financing point of view, we have services and solutions that cut across the small, the medium, even the big SMEs. And we also enable this through digitalization as well. We have also been supporting SMEs using the credit guarantees from CGC as well as from SJPP. I mentioned earlier about MyImpact SME Hub, and one of the services that we do under that is to also to talk to SMEs in terms of help they need, financial assistance such as restructuring and debt management program, and this would include collaboration with AKPK, Agency Counseling dan Pengurusan Credit. So we have got a holistic way of trying to assist the SMEs, not just giving them financing, but also the whole system of ecosystem that they may require. Etika is the next topic. There's been a noticeable increase in insurance premiums across Malaysia, particularly health insurance. How is the bank's insurance arm, Etika, addressing customer concerns? How many % of premium increase for 2024 and 25? Are we seeing any impact on policy lapses due to increase in premium? And how is the bank mitigating those risks? That's on one part. The other part is about digital app. This Ui Chi Ping seems to think that Etika app too complicated. So we have actually reached out to you directly on 16 April. Ui Chi Ping, hopefully you have been able to maneuver the app much more seamlessly. But back to the first question, we are Group Medical basically is, well, we are certainly a leader in general and life. We are number 1 in general in Malaysia. We are number 3 in life in Malaysia. Our exposure to health business is actually focused on medical takaful and insurance to the employees of corporates. So these are basically group medical policies which are negotiated annually on a willing buyer, willing seller basis, and generally have not been subject to government intervention. As for individual medical insurance, it currently forms a relatively smaller part of our portfolio. But that said, Etika, along with industry, we remain committed to complying with Bank Negara's published guidelines. And on the impact, whether there's any cancellation on premium, so far we are seeing minimum impact on our policy renewals rising from the premium increase. Next question is on borrower exposure in Australia. The Edge has recently reported that there was an issue with a Malaysian-owned property developer in Melbourne. Does Maybank have any exposure to Australia client projects? If yes, how much of the loan book? Our loan book to the Australian market is only about 0.6% of our total loan book. This primarily consists of exposure to real estate projects and or facilities collateralized by Australian assets. Yeah. If there is any potential borrower weakness in terms of asset quality, we will apply our standard rules in accordance with accounting standards. Yeah. Next is on credit risk. Given high household debt levels, how is Maybank managing credit risk in mortgage and personal loan? We adopt prudent lending practices during onboarding while observing relevant Bank Negara policies on personal finance and responsible finance guidelines. For example, we ensure our borrowers, especially in the vulnerable segment, have a prudent debt service ratio so that the household debt remain manageable. And we continuously monitor the repayment health and trend of lending portfolios, and more importantly, also engaging with clients if they again need any assistance. Next set of questions is on strategic investment, on our disposal of GPay network, which we did last year. So whether this was due to call option by Grab or Maybank, view this as a non-core asset. We dispose this based on a willing buyer, willing seller basis, and this certainly is a non-core. Unbin did not pay dividend in 23-24, and only MCB paid some dividend. What are the outlook for these investments, and to date, how much dividend has been received? So, as far as MCB is concerned, actually it is a well-run bank, profitable in Pakistan. The only challenge is the foreign exchange. Pakistan rupee has depreciated significantly. We actually have received total dividend of 2.43 billion ringgit from MCB since we acquired this back in 2008. And for Unbin, we have actually received 303 million ringgit from Unbin, I think over the same period as well. There's a question on M&A. Are you considering increasing growth through M&A? All this, we will look at this opportunistically. And of course, it has to be aligned with our strategy and long-term value creation. So that is key. It has to create value for our shareholders if we were to do any M&A. Does Maybank have plan to diversify the business to other sectors? We are open to exploring opportunities that are adjacent to our businesses and that can strengthen our core business. And one case in point was our investment in funding societies, which is a platform that lends to the micro individuals and micro SMEs in the region. Why we have invested is basically to help us with the capability, especially in using non-banking data to underwrite credit for the small and micro SMEs. Next is on currency risk. What is the impact to the bank from the recent ringgit depreciation? How does the group manage its foreign exchange risk? How is Maybank managing the risk of a weaker ringgit? And does the bank expect further pressure on the ringgit? We measure the foreign exchange sensitivity based on the FX net open positions under an adverse movement in all foreign currencies against the fluctuation, against the functional currency, which is ringgit. Based on our sensitivity analysis, we are subject to an additional gain, translation gain, not actual gain, which will impact, of course, PBT by about 36.5 million ringgit and 25 million ringgit at the group and the bank, respectively, if ringgit depreciates by 1%. So basically, we are long dollar in this case. We have actually explained this in the financial statement. And on the ringgit expectations, actually ringgit has strengthened over the last few weeks, given the volatility and I guess lack of confidence now on the dollar. And this actually is a phenomenon not just on ringgit but other currencies against the dollar as well. How we manage our FX risk, we monitor and manage our FX exposure in accordance with the market risk policy and limit. Again, we've got limits that we observe and adhere to quite with discipline. We have an internal FX net open position to measure, control, and monitor FX risk. Yeah. Next is on deposit from Teo Cherming, based on page 79. 5-year financial summary. The deposit from customers' savings account market share is the lowest in 2024. Was this due to the emergence of digital banks? And how can Maybank improve on this market to share to ensure that there is no need to aggressively reprice upwards? So clearly we are not being dragged into the competition that we've been seeing taken by the digital banks. The deposit competition has been rising, not just from digital bank, but also from incumbent banks. Digital banks had priced their CASA much higher, again to attract deposit, especially in the beginning initial years. But certainly what we have been seeing lately is that the pricing strategy, the price has come down. Again, they can't afford to pay that high, right? And sustain it a long time. They need to deploy that deposit and be able to generate higher returns compared to the costs of funding. You know, overall, Maybank actually been able to attract new deposit and deepen the relationship. I have to say that on a consumer CASA, which we think is the key, we are we are actually the highest. We've got the highest market share amongst the 6 biggest banks in Malaysia. Obviously, I also highlighted earlier that from asset growth point of view, it has to be deposit driven. You know, it cannot be loan first and then we scramble to find deposit. Next set of questions is on credit cards. From Wong Jun Leong, can the management share the total income generated from annual fee for the past year? How does this revenue compare to the overall credit card business? And what role does it play in Maybank's profitability? If income is negligible, would Maybank review this policy to attract more premium card holders? Next question is from Wong Chun Kiat. Why Maybank didn't support Amex card for Samsung Pay and Google Wallet? From Wong Jun Leong again, it was stated that last year there wasn't any plans to launch Apple Card. Is there now any plan to launch Apple Card? Tan Jing Yi, what is the approval criteria to minimize credit card bad debt? Lau Ming Tai, other banks are offering a freeze card feature to freeze card without permanently blocking them, especially to prevent fraud. Is there a possibility for us introducing a similar feature? From Ao Yong Chi Hung, I'm writing as both long-standing card, so there was an erosion in the value of the card's air miles. Many of you, I'm sure, have been experiencing the same thing. Given the card's 800 ringgit annual fee, the current earning and redemption rates no longer justify the premium cost, especially when compared to competitive offerings. And then back to the devaluation of mile points value, I would appreciate clarity on the following. Are there plans to reverse recent devaluation? Will Maybank consider adding new airline partners? What about alignment of annual fee with values delivered? Are there plans to enhance other benefits and other future program enhancements? Back to the first question on annual fee, that's about 2% of total revenue in our cards business. While this is small, it also does play a critical role in sustaining the premium benefits, and services that we provide to our customers. It does also offset operational costs associated with managing and servicing our cards products. On Amex card acceptance for Google Pay, this will be made in the 3rd quarter of this year. We may consider enabling Samsung Pay next year, of course, subject to business viability. On Apple Card, whether we want to launch it in Malaysia, there are no immediate plans to do so. I think credit, again, in terms of credit quality, I think it has worked well in our card business. Our gross impact loans ratio in card business is only 0.47%. So that means that the evaluation and credit underwriting criteria that we have put in place in cards is working well. On the freeze feature, actually we have introduced what we call kill switch solution since 2023. This is a security feature available via M2U web as well as the May application. So that allows customers to swiftly temporarily block the usage of credit cards and charge cards should customers suspect compromise on their cards. Yeah? And once blocked, customers can only reactivate their cards by verifying themselves at the nearest branch or a call center. Our card rewards our current conversion rate of our points, 12,500 trip points to 1,000 air miles. And this actually remains competitive within the market landscape. We don't have plans to reverse the revision. And unlike many other banks where the standard point earning structure is 1 ringgit to 1 point, our 2 reserve cards enjoy accelerated earnings through various features such as ringgit to 5 trip points, 1 ringgit to 2 trip points. So again, I think we need to look at this holistically in terms of our offerings, in terms of spending categories that will allow our customers to spend on. In addition to air miles, we have also expanded our travel redemption options as well. Yeah? Next, on financial planning, a lot of Malaysians still don't know how to manage their money well. Has Maybank thought about offering simple financial planning to customers? So indeed, we introduced what we call goal-based investment feature on the May app, a beginner-friendly tool designed to help customers achieve their financial goals. Yeah. We also offer simple savings and expense monitoring tools and via Maybank's Tabung feature, again on May app. Yeah. At the same time, equally important is about educating the young generation. Right? So under, again, our social impact, we also went to schools in terms of educating the school children about how to, start early in managing your money. The next question is a very simple question. What's the latest strategy? Again, this year is our final year of M25 Plus, and we will continue to build on the strong foundation. I did mention again about doubling down on customer centricity, about managing capital deployment versus returns, and strengthening, again, leveraging on our strengths globally, regionally, and domestically, and looking at technology modernization to be able to support our businesses in meeting customer needs going forward. This is still in formulation, and we will share this with the shareholders end of the year. Next is on cross-border collaboration. Ui Chi Peng, cross-border collaboration, internal collaboration, how to promote business expansion through collaboration. As financial services are increasingly integrated with technology and even retail, does the company have plans to explore new revenue sources? We are, on a going basis, looking to grow and expand in the ASEAN region and organically, right? We remain open and we assess opportunities cross-border. Next is on impact of new digital banks. End of the day, we think that this development is good for us because it will keep us always on our toes, to continue to deliver solutions digitally, in particular, based on what customers needs. And this would include in terms of enhancing our current first mover advantage, building digital ecosystems, leveraging on our large customer base that we have, and of course embarking on ventures with other parties. We believe that we have been at the forefront of digital banking in Malaysia through our focus on innovation and customer centricity. We still have a market leadership in digital banking space of over 54% of the mobile banking market share with about 9.3 million active customers. But having said that, there could also be opportunities where we can collaborate with these digital banks. We don't know, there's nothing on the table, but we don't discount that possibility as well. Moving on is on digital integration and technology vendor dependency. Will the bank accelerate ASEAN digital integration to reduce reliance on dollar? And does Maybank rely too heavily on third-party tech vendors? So the first part is that we have been doing that in terms of integrating ASEAN. The last one was the QR code for our customers going to Cambodia. So if you go to Cambodia, you can actually use QR code to do shopping, in Cambodia. But Cambodia is not the only country. We have done bilateral things with Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand, and particularly using the footprints that we are also present in, right? So that then the relationship can be more seamless and internal. On the second question, we actually have a mix of internal and third-party capabilities to enhance our capabilities. But to mitigate the risks associated with vendor dependencies, we have a comprehensive technology risk that would include diversification of technology providers, robust business continuity, strict vendor due diligence, periodic assessment, and of course, regulatory compliance. In summary, while we believe that the parties play a key role in our technology ecosystem, we have multiple safeguards in place to ensure, the continuity and resiliency of the need to depend on third-party vendors. Next is on AI, automation, and data analytics. Where is Maybank deploying AI robotics? What's the ROI? What's the impact to people when we implement all these? People meaning our employees. What's the trend? How can companies ensure that data privacy information, meet the most stringent standards? How do we leverage big data? And against this backdrop, are we considering blockchain, for example? We actually have been deploying AI and robotics in alignment with M25 Plus strategy, focusing on customer impact. And what we do is always anchored on customer centricity. So since, for example, the implementation of AI and robots in our contact center, our chatbots have reduced call volume by 13%. So that's a positive outcome, because then our call center reps can serve more customers. Similarly, in fighting financial crime and risk management front, AI-powered systems have been able to help detect, illegal betting, mule accounts, etc. And then on the business front, for example, our Gen AI-powered May Writer have been supporting over more than 300 SME RMs to generate sales pitch decks under 5 minutes. So we are able to then pull the data related to our customers and industry to come up with a pitch deck, as opposed to manually doing it before. So these are some of the benefits that we have realized from deploying AI so far. And there are many, many other areas that I have not mentioned, but rest assured we are looking at this technology quite intensely. Now, the key thing then in terms of the impact of people is to be able to then train them, make them aware about this technology. End of the day, we believe that technology will not replace people completely. It basically helps our people to do their job more effectively. And of course, we need to just upgrade their capability and experience. So we are on blockchain. We remain open and pragmatic in exploring blockchain and open platform models, and will be guided by the ability to deliver measurable value, again, the impact to our customers. Our digital and tech investment spend has been shared during my CEO's presentation. We have actually spent close to R1 billion since the start of M25 plan up to 2024. Our overall last year IT expense, which include M25 Plus and business as usual spend, was at 2.46 billion ringgit. Operating expenses of 1.8 billion ringgit and capital expenditure of about 600 million ringgit. That was in 2024. Moving on cybersecurity, with rising cyber threats targeting FI, what measures are in place to enhance the bank's cybersecurity? Cybersecurity absolutely remains a top priority. We have implemented a multi-layered cybersecurity strategy, and this would include investment in advanced threat detection. Our regional security operations center operates 24/7 to monitor, detect, and respond to potential threats. We also conduct regular penetration testing and vulnerability assessment. And equally important is employee and customer awareness. So we run ongoing training, simulations, and educational campaign to strengthen not just the technology firewall, but our human firewall as well. On fighting scams, we remain committed in protecting our customers. Since July 2023, we have successfully implemented 5 key measures to combat financial scams. Yeah? So working with industry, working with Bank Negara, this has actually proven to be effective in reducing online scams or digital scams. Service disruption, I explained earlier, I think, in my presentation or in my response to the institutional shareholders. I don't intend to repeat the answer, but safe to say this is top priority for us in ensuring customer services are not adversely affected. Page 20, the next question is on strategies aligning to UN SDGs. What are the strategies to make the business sustainable to achieve the UN SDG goals? Here in Maybank, sustainability is deeply rooted, as I presented earlier, and we are closely aligned with the UN SDGs, yeah? Particularly in areas such as decent work and economic growth, that's under SDG 8, responsible consumption production under SDG 12, and climate action under SDG 13. Yeah? And furthermore, we set out to deliver 1,000 significant SDG-related outcomes by 2025, as one of our 4 group sustainability commitments that I presented earlier. Renewable and sustainable energy. What are the strategies at Maybank to support the renewable and sustainable energy? Will US protectionism in green tech push Maybank to focus more on domestic and ASEAN renewable projects? We are committed to being ASEAN transition partner of choice, helping clients achieve net zero through strategic guidance and sustainable financial solutions. Excuse me. We have started building internal capabilities. We've got a dedicated team in our global banking business looking at how we can solution and help our customers to decarbonize. Yeah. So I think end of the day is renewable and sustainability is about reducing carbon. We've trained our relationship managers. We think that we can play a key role in the renewable journey, not just in Malaysia, but in the region. Given our level of preparedness, given our level of engagement with authorities, and of course, given the customer base that we have that will require transition as well. Yeah. I mentioned about the solar power earlier. Our exposure is very minimal in this sector, but again, the focus has to be in this region primarily, and that's where the demand is. On IFRS S1 and S2, may I know the company effort on these two IFRSs? Our sustainability and environmental reports are guided by the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, or NSFR, that was introduced in 2024. But we had this report even before the NSFR was introduced, actually. And the NSFR addresses implementation of these 2 standards as the baseline sustainability. Again, we are aligned with the requirements under these 2 IFRSs. Yeah? At the same time, we have also started doing what we call double materiality, and we believe that one day this may become another regulatory requirement as well. Can I just hand over the next set of questions to Dr. Sinta again?
Okay, thank you, President. The question that we received is, the first one that I'm going to address is on the recent departure of our former group CFO and the impact on the bank. First of all, we'd like to assure you that there has not been, nor do we foresee any significant damage in terms of Maybank's brand. Secondly, I'd like to reiterate that the former GCFO departed following a robust process of internal inquiry, and all necessary governance functions are operating effectively. On the reasons for the departure, we're not able to share more details at this time, as the matter is undergoing the necessary processes under the law. On the appointment of the new GCFO, we are committed to ensuring we identify the most qualified and suitable candidate that are aligned with Maybank's strategic goals and values. The process is progressing very well, and we expect to conclude it soon. We'll make an official announcement in the coming weeks, once the necessary approvals and formalities are completed. The next question pertains to employee rewards and benefits and the bonus payout. I'd like to address the question that was raised last year about by a shareholder regarding retirement gifts being fake. We'd like to reiterate that Maybank would never and does not present fake watches to retiring staff. All gifts are procured following our strategic procurement policy, which ensures due diligence on vendors and suppliers to make sure that whatever that we procure is genuine, because these mementos are meaningful tokens of appreciation for our retirees. And in addition to the gifts, the retirees also receive a range of banking privileges with preferential rates. For staff bonuses, the financial year 2024 variable bonus payout was determined using Maybank's total rewards framework, which aligns compensation with the bank's overall performance. The framework tracks performance through a scorecard, which incorporates both financial and non-financial metrics, such as financial performance, shareholder returns, risk management, and compliance. For financial year 2024, these were on target. The bonus structure reinforces a pay-for-performance culture and considers outcome at both the group and business unit levels, as well as individual performance. For financial year 2024, the average variable bonus payout remains steady at 3.4 months, which is similar to financial year 2023. However, the total bonus pool increased by 10.5% year-on-year, in line with a 9.3% rise in group PBT. And this is distributed according to the business and individual performance. For senior management and above, the Employee Share Grant Plan, or ESGP, forms part of the total compensation. For 3 years, from 2022 to 2024, the group achieved on-target performance across key metrics of relative total shareholder returns, return on equity, and sustainability, compared to a need improvement ratings previously. Hence, the number of shares vested were also higher. Maybank balances fair employee rewards with prudent cost management. The bank's total rewards offering includes flexible benefits, mental health support, and upskilling opportunities, aligning with market practices to ensure that we remain competitive while we manage costs. Last question I'm addressing relates to President and Group CEO remuneration for the last 3 years. The remuneration details for the President and Group CEO, including salary, bonus, retirement costs, employee share grant plan, benefits in kind, and other components are disclosed in the Maybank annual report under Section 43, Directors' Fees and Remuneration. For reference, the financial year 2024 breakdown is on page 149 of the financial statements, while financial year 2023 and 2022 details can be found on page 154 of the financial statements. The ratio of the President and Group CEO salary to the median salary of employee stands at 24:1 ratio, which is below the market median of 26.2:1, based on industry benchmark in the Malaysian banking sector. This highlights Maybank's commitment to a fair and competitive remuneration practice. His bonus for financial year 2024 was based on the achievement of KPIs outlined in the balanced scorecard, which includes a mix of financial and non-financial metrics. For financial year 2024, the bonus payout was aligned with an on-target achievement, ensuring a pay-for-performance approach that adheres to Bank Negara Malaysia corporate governance standards. I'll pass the floor back to President.
Thank you, Tasnita. Next one is on employee training. Question is, what strategies to reskill employees as branches shift towards advisory, and other plans to reduce headcount through automation, or will attrition be managed naturally? So our approach actually is to first and foremost reskill employees at the branches. Indeed, the function of the branches more and more will pivot towards advisory role. But transaction will still be there, just that it's a reduced capacity. So we have been introducing upskilling programs such as what we call CX Lab, that provides employees with the essential skills and knowledge to enhance their ability to offer personalized advice. And we have completed this, at least in the phase 1, covering more than 4,500 branches. Again, it's about equipping them with the skill and the technology to be able to perform the pivoted functions for our employees at the branches. Next is on other employee matters. So I think the questions from the two shareholders are similar. There was a substantial increase in number of complaints by our employees. So the question is, what's the nature, what contributed to the increase, what are the measures taken to address these complaints. End of the day, we are actually committed to fostering a safe, inclusive and respectful workplace for our employees. We uphold a strong culture of openness, where it's safe to speak, and we continuously encourage employees to raise these concerns. The substantiated complaints received in last year relates to workplace infrastructure, facilities, interpersonal matters, and operational support issues. And these concerns are typically localized in nature and do not reflect systemic or widespread issues across the group. We heighten awareness in terms of promoting employee confidence in using our internal reporting channels. So I think that can also be, the increase in number of complaints can also be translated into our people more willing and open to be able to come up front to talk about such matters. There is one question on, there is one confirmed incident of corruption based on a report and action taken. What was the incident being discovered and how many employees involved, and what's the disciplinary action taken? So this incident was actually discovered by our group audit, and upon identification, audit did a thorough investigation, and as a result, disciplinary actions were taken, and that included termination of employment and reporting the concerned staff to MECC and police as required. And we believe that, again, this is an isolated incident that does not reflect the overall integrity of our operations. Next set is on branches. Maybank branch service issue asks us to check Google review on the customer complaints. There's one shareholder who is happy, but asked us to look at putting handrails at the branches. And also there's another question about us introducing what we call this online queuing system to provide a bit more efficiency of time for people to go to the branches. And then are we planning to further consolidate physical branches due to digital adoption? So Tan Jing Yi, thank you for putting forward the Google review with respect to customer complaints. We have reviewed those complaints, and while some feedback would not be fully validated, we take all these concerns seriously. You know, things like we've been doing will be more regular customer feedback, tracking to identify and any recurring service issues. We also want to train our people continually, you know, to be able to provide service much better on an ongoing basis. And of course, we conduct mystery visits as well, right, to make sure that our people at the branches are always ready to serve our customers. On the handrails, we do provide a range of accessibility features, including handrails, wheelchair ramps, and non-slip steps at many of our Maybank Analytica branches. We will endeavor to install this at other branches in future. On online queuing system, we are now evaluating it, and if it's feasible and good for our customers, we will roll this out for our customers. On branch consolidation, we will continue to evaluate this. But the bottom line is that branch will continue to exist because we believe that, you know, we still need to serve our customers wherever they are, but it's also part of our branding throughout the region. Next one is on share price. When your stock price can up to 11 and above, right? So I cannot answer that. It's again the reflection of the fundamentals and the macro environment that we are in. But having said that, I think what we have done, at least through the fundamentals that we have delivered is an increase in shareholder returns that we saw last year, both from share price appreciation as well as growth in the dividend payment that we made. What strategies are in place to attract foreign investment into Maybank shares? We have been, we have got a certain schedule in a year to engage current shareholders as well as potential shareholders in the key investment centers like Singapore, Hong Kong, UK, to a lesser extent, New York. So we will continue to engage, provide our story to these investors, and with the hope that they will believe it, and of course then thereafter invest in our story and shares. The next set is on foreign fund outflow. Is Maybank seeing foreign fund outflows from Malaysian equities, and how does this affect liquidity? There has been some outflow. Based on our research house, Maybank Investment Group, foreign selling on equities actually resumed back in October 24 after net buying since July 23, and that totaled about 18 billion ringgit within October and March, and 10 billion ringgit for the first Q this year. Ringgit bonds also recorded 13.4 billion ringgit of outflows between October last year and February this year. But having said that, I think any outflow can be well absorbed by the domestic market, especially by the domestic institutions. Next set is how many fraud cases were reported in 23 and what percentage were reimbursed. Just to answer it directly, we reported roughly about 68,000 cases of cards and internet banking fraud, and we have reimbursed 75% of the amount involved. Next, Putra Heights fire. Does Maybank have any major exposure to clients? Following recent can management disclose the extent of exposure? We think that the exposure will mainly come from our insurance takafu coverage for individuals for their home ownership, vehicles and personal accident, and potentially medical. But based on our estimates, the impact to our bottom line is not significant. Obviously, our priority is to assist our customers. In fact, our Etika team is on the ground at site to receive the requests and process them urgently. Next is on Maybank buildings. How is Maybank managing occupancy rate in its own office, Menara Maybank, Dataran Maybank, and new Mercu Maybank? What steps are being taken to avoid underutilization? Are sales of this building on the table? There are tenancy agreement signed with PNB. What is the status now? We will vacate Menara Maybank once we complete the relocation exercise. PNB has been announced, actually has agreed to be the master lessee of Menara Maybank for 10 years. So at least we will have rental income, right, to offset or at least to mitigate the impact of the rental cost that we have to pay to PNB for Menara 118. There is no immediate plan for us to sell Menara Maybank, but we will look at it after we have moved to Menara 118 later. And there is no plan for us to sell Dataran Maybank or Mercu Maybank, because these are not owned by Maybank. With respect to Menara 118, Merdeka 118, we have actually taken vacant possession of the premises early this year. So fit-out works are currently ongoing, and we are scheduled to relocate in the second quarter of next year. There's a question on NPV. What is the status now, and does the bank still enjoy higher NPV? NPV is computed based on rental expenses, the CapEx and OpEx. All three items have not changed from our last estimate, so the NPV remains unchanged as per 2022 computation. Next one is on the product that we just recently launched called Maybank Global Access. Question is that, I guess, more of a feedback that we have not given enough training to staff at the branches. And there's also a question on how's the market acceptance. There's a commendation to say that it's an excellent offering. but can I have Taiwan dollar also in that? Yeah. So thank you for your feedback, Liu Chin Yip. Our Islamic team actually, I understand, has reached out to you on 18 April to understand the matter and how to help you address this situation. We do provide training to our people on the front line, even support staff, call center, right, to equip them with the knowledge and skill to assist our customers effectively. But we take your point and we will see how we can improve this further. Since the launch of Maybank Global Access in March this year, we have actually got over 8,500 new customers and up to 8.5 million of outstanding CASA balance. I think I would encourage all our shareholders here to do check this particular product, because I must say this is the best product in town with the most competitive exchange rate. We will be adding more currencies on top of those existing offered as part of our effort to continue rolling out value proposition for our customers. Last but not least is request for annual reports. So again, we have attended to the request from the respective shareholders. So with that, Tan Sri, we have covered all the questions PAGM, and I hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khairul and Dr. Hasnita. I hope that has satisfied the shareholders that have sent their questions earlier. At this time, I would like to open the floor for questions. Questions from the room, please. For record purposes, kindly identify yourself by stating your full name before proceeding to ask questions. Floor is open. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, boards, gentlemen. My name is Yo Yuan Jing. I'm one of the loyal customers of Maybank. I think I have been doing business with Maybank for more than 30 years. Since kids, baby, and I have mortgage and credit cards, and also one of the shareholders of the Maybanks. And I have one question always in my mind, is regarding the Maybank Premier Banking and Maybank Private Banking. One of my goals will be become a customer of private banking, of course. And for the Premier Banking, one of the criteria is you need to have at least 250 ringgit AUM or in FD or whatsoever. Can the Maybank consider to have the stocks of Maybank worth of 250 and above? One of the criteria, because like what CEO mentioned just now, Maybank is not just about making money. We are also about the social impact. We help people because I'm one of the premier banking customer, by joining this, I can get more insight and more wonderful information. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for the young generation like me to have such exposure to those market research and those information that we cannot easily find in the internet, and have a more trustful and more accurate information. So this would be my question, and I believe that I would rather to have $1 million worth of Maybank share than $1 million as a private customer of Maybank. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Dr. Khairul.
We certainly will take that on board, Mr. Yo. It's a good suggestion. Might as well use Maybank stock, right, for the AUM rather than any other stocks. And yeah, so we'll take on that suggestion and we'll consider that.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. Any more questions from the floor, please? Yes.
My name is G. Simon. I'm a shareholder. I have a few questions. I noticed your Maybank, although the profit is very good, as disclosed, but the NTA have fallen. Maybe later you can explain to us why the NTA for the year compared to last year have dropped. Second point is on your P&L. Your attributable profit is good, but I noticed when you come to the comprehensive income, you have a big charge. End of the day, your comprehensive income is lower, much lower than last year. Maybe you can tell us why, what contributed to the lower comprehensive income. And the third point I noticed in your annual report is your commitment and contingency amount. it's like 40% increase, no? I think from 1.7 billion to 1.7 trillion to 2.8 trillion. So can you tell us why such a big jump of commitment and contingency in your balance sheet, I think. And number 4 is on your DRIP. I noticed 2 years you have stopped the DRIP. And so the dividend is all paid in cash for the 2 years. Going forward, you're also extending the DRIP to the getting a resolution on it. But DRP, I think, is now outdated already because you can actually manage the DRP by paying a bonus plus a cash dividend, a low cash dividend. You can have the same effect of DRP. Because DRP, all the while have been diluting the shareholders. So maybe look into this. You want to reduce the dividend, you pay a bonus and plus a cash dividend. If you want to improve the retained earnings. The 5th point I noticed is a presentation by the president. He presented Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia all doing very well in terms of profits, easily more than 5%. But the overall profits growth of Maybank is only 5%. So what is pulling down Maybank based on even though all the top market sector of the banking of Maybank is doing very well? Okay, the next point is on the Maybank headquarters 118. You have mentioned some, but I noticed you have not quantified the amount impact on the potential cost to the bank. So if we move the new office, new building next year, the cost impact to Maybank in terms of operation costs, plus the opportunity cost of getting the rent, object cost of letting go of this Maybank existing office, how is the quantum impact on in terms of cost to Maybank, which we need to work harder to make up for the difference? Maybe you can give us an idea what is that impact. Okay, two more items. In this type market environment where it's not so good, a lot of cheap financial businesses are available in Malaysia. So I noticed Maybank have not looked into the acquisition side of the expansion. Maybe the management should consider start looking into the acquisition part of the Maybank expansion. And next item is on your insurance. I think your insurance are doing very well, but have the bank management look into the area of listing the insurance so that we can free up the capital so that we can let the bank have more capital adequacy ratio. I think that's all. One more item is on your carbon credit. I noticed you're going to buy all this credit, green credit from the Naga. You mentioned how much you bought in terms of units, but you didn't quantum the amount of money we spend on that project. Because we can actually invest into maybe like solar or whatever in our operation. That also is that show a direct benefit. Whereas the Tenaga one is like paper shuffling. Maybe you can look into this area as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Simon Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Yeah. It's a long list of questions. I think first on the NTA. So on page 28 of the annual report, yes, NTA has come down, but it's primarily from reserves. And if you look at note 34 on page 140, the reserves is due to exchange fluctuation. Yeah, so it's not realized decrease actually, it's just the fluctuation reserve on FX in particular. So the FX actually fluctuation came from 2.18 billion ringgit of gain to 532 million ringgit of loss, yeah, because of the movement in FX. Yeah, this will continue to be, moving depending on the exchange position. On the contingent liabilities, let me come back because I don't have that visibility. On the DRP, we take note of your suggestion. I just want to maybe explain your suggestion on issuing bonus and then lowering dividend, right? So that I guess the point to you is that you can get more shares even though at lower price, and you're happy to get lower dividend in cash terms lah. Now, I think end of the day is balancing between what we need to do for shareholders and what we need to do for the company. Because DRP, I mentioned also earlier in my presentation, is a mechanism to preserve capital, right? And bonus does not really help capital, right? It's actually just issuance of new shares, but at lower price. So that's one angle, but given your other suggestions, and we can still look at how we can accommodate what we can do with the objective of achieving those two things, yeah? The 5% profit down, I guess what you're saying is that, yes, we are doing well in Malaysia, we're doing well in Singapore. Indonesia, I think, is still a work in progress, to be honest. Yeah, fundamentals are going in the right direction, but it is still not reflective in the profit yet. So hopefully, in the coming years, we can then try to translate that into meaningful outcome from the bottom line. Yeah. 118, agree with you. I think we need to look at both sides, how much we have to pay, and how much we will receive, yeah. But again, this can be a dynamic evaluation. Yeah, it's also an aging building, so maybe it's best that we sell that building, and then get better returns from the proceeds that we sell. Yeah, but we will evaluate that. Good suggestion. We have done that impact, but I think, again, the impact is not so significant on a net basis. Yeah. On the acquisition, we are open to looking at acquisition opportunities. Yeah, but when we ever have opportunities, we'll then assess based on, again, the value accretion to the company. Yeah. I can be open with you. For example, we have been approached for acquisition of Bank Panin in Indonesia, right? But when we look at the relative size between Bank Panin and MBI, our Maybank Indonesia, Bank Panin is like, what, 5 times bigger than MBI? And we believe that given the need to sort out the fundamentals in MBI and the ability to potentially not able to swallow any acquisition, we don't do it, right? Even though maybe from on paper it looks good. Yeah. So I think we also have to assess that kind of thing, our ability to deliver on value creation in any particular M&A. On the contingent commitments, it's up. The feedback I got is that it's because of derivative financial instruments. And this primarily come from our interest rate related contracts. Yep. So we enter into a lot of contracts, derivative contracts, interest rate effects, and these are translated into contingent commitments. But they will go off when the contracts expire, right? So again, this is part of and parcel of our daily operations, so to speak, yeah, from our treasury and global markets. Carbon credit.
Yeah, this because the figure is 2.8 trillion against 1.8 trillion last year.
Yeah.
So the portion is very high.
Yeah.
So the issue is the risk management should explain to us how do we manage this high impact risk, because exiting our shareholders fund.
Okay.
Because this is we are ordinary people, so I just look at the figure, so maybe you can to elaborate a bit how will this impact and how we manage this risk.
Okay, point taken. I think what you quoted is the notional amount, and of course, when it comes to the credit risk, it will be much smaller. Normally, it's just a portion of that. But taking your point in terms of what is the real exposure and impact to the bank, yeah. On carbon credit, I think the amount that we spend is not material. I think it's probably in the few 100,000 ringgit. Yeah, Sharia? Yeah. So the MRECs that we purchase cost us about a few 100,000 ringgit. It's not like millions and millions of ringgit. Yeah, we're also mindful about the amount that you have to spend for all these things, yeah, Mr. Simon. So I owe you one thing on the commitment and the contingency, and once we get the figure, we can engage with you separately.
One more thing, explain to me clearly. I saw the very strong growth in your presentation on the earnings growth. Percentage-wise, maybe some 11%, some 8%, some 9 or 10%. On your three major countries operation, but your NPL is net profit is about 5% growth.
Yeah.
So there's a big gap. So I can't find the difference.
Okay, why don't we load up again my presentation, and we go to the NOII page. So yes, from the fundamental, from our core fee, we are doing well, but some of this exchange fluctuation is also reflected in P&L, right? So I just want to show you that line, and it's actually inside my presentation under NOI. Can we retrieve that, please? Yeah, so if you look at that funding and others, right, this is where the exchange translation is also reflected in. So if you look at, say, in 2023, we had about 2.09 billion ringgit of gain. But because of the fluctuation in exchange, that alone came down by about 500 million, right? So I guess our P&L, Mr. Simon, is not just the country, the CFS, GB, is also along the funding side that we have to manage. Yeah. So yes, if you look at the wealth fee, the global markets, IB, banking-related fee, insurance, they're all up. But that particular line, in a way, has also mitigated the increase in other lines. As an example, Mr. Simon. Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum, good morning, Tan Sri Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ismet, and I'm from Minority Shareholders Watch Group, MSWG. First of all, thank you so much and I would like to congratulate the board for a successful year, and management team as well, for a good and successful year last year. And thank you also for responding to our question. Also, thank you for a very good EGM today. I think this is one of the well-organized EGM that MSWG and I think most of our shareholders have attended. We even have a complimentary massage and health checkup outside. So thank you for celebrating us and also recognizing us. Thank you so much to Maybank. Just a quick question. Number one is with regards to sustainability. Well, we note that Maybank 32.6 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in your finance emission is definitely a true test of sustainability credibility. So the question is, what is Maybank interim emission reduction target by 2030 within these measures? And which sectors are the biggest contributors? And also, is Maybank taking any concrete steps for those clients that fail in their decarbonization? That's one. Number two, in terms of comparison between your conventional and ESG loans, I just wanted to see whether or not are these green loans product truly viable, or they are just good optics within these thin margins. My last question, and I think this is just a bit of a naughty question. We are moving to Menara 118. Is there a consideration to request PMB to name the building as Menara Maybank so that we don't lose the name from the Tun Perak building? Just a thought. Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. Thank you, Datuk President. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Ismet. I will answer the building name first. Indeed, we will rename that whole building to be Menara Maybank. All right. So on the other ones, Tugairo.
I got hard questions, I got difficult questions. On sustainability, we actually have, in terms of actually trying to reduce, we don't have the overall composite number, but we are going it by sector. And as you said, we are actually tackling the hard-to-abate sectors first. So we have actually published 6 white papers, right, on 6 sectors. And these are automobile, power, steel, commercial real estate, palm oil, and aluminium. I don't have the specific number, but within those white papers that were published, we have got specific targets for reduction. And obviously that we will monitor closely from now until 2030. Yeah. Now, it is also, some of these targets, I must say, we have also caveated because they would also involve other people to also do the things to reduce carbon, right? I take, for example, EV. And this was covered part of the automobile sector, right? We want to reduce emission from fossil fuel, from ICE, combustible engines, right? But we need government to make sure that, the fuel price is higher than, it's not economical, because as long as it's still cheap, there's no incentive for people to buy EV, for example, right? Charging stations. So as much as we are doing from our finance point of view, financing, the whole nation thing, as I mentioned earlier, also needs to be in place, right? The government, the other corporates, etc. Yeah. But we have published our targets for the 6 sectors. I think PNB you have answered. Is there anything else I missed? Clients who fail. Oh yeah, clients who fail. I think let's not be so negative. We have started this journey, right? And everyone is in the journey without any precedent. So I think we all need to be a bit more positive in terms of how we, ensure sustainability is achieved, we decarbonize. I think the key word to us is actually about decarbonization. How can we help our customers and clients to decarbonize? It is a long journey, but I think for us, the key thing is that we are sustaining our path, right? Even given what's being talked about in the US, but it's being happening in the US, we're still keeping that path, and inshallah, yeah, as we work together, we can realize the objective. Yeah, and same thing on transition financing, right? So I agree with you. Maybe before this green loan, sustainability loan sounds like, more about doing an easy way of trying to become green, but it's not necessarily transitioning, right? It's not really reducing carbon. But the main thing is about how do we help our customers to actually reduce carbon. I mean, a couple of projects at least that we've been discussing, but of course it's the big projects and we can look at the smaller ones, is the ASEAN power grid, for example, right? And the carbon storage, again, for example. So if again, the whole nation concept can push this forward, and of course we can be behind that in terms of helping them with advisory and financing, that journey can become a bit smoother.
I think that's all you asked, Ismail. Thank you. Any more questions from the floor, please? Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chong Fu King. I'm a shareholder of Maybank. Just to add on, a lot of companies seems to be riding along on green washing. I hope Maybank will look into this quite seriously. Very near to our building over here, we have a beautiful park, Bukit Kiara Park. There is a fair amount of development that's going around Bukit Kiara. I hope that, with all this green washing, so to speak, that Maybank will look seriously into how to prevent, green parks, green developments that is being used just to be in the green washing mentality. That's one area that I think Maybank should look into, that area to prevent greenwashing than just financing whatever that project that is, especially in development. Going on back on the Menara Maybank, is it the plan that Maybank will continue to maintain the ownership, although, Maybank is basically 39.8% owned by PNB. And that may be the reason why, Maybank is kind of shifting over to the MITEC 118. In terms of the cost of shifting, the cost of renting the place, I understand that there is an agreement whereby PNB will lease the Menara Maybank for a period of 10 years. Would it make sense that maybe over time that Menara Maybank may be sold so that you can have better return from the asset as far as maintaining the building? It is a fairly old building, but perhaps you can reutilize the funds that you will get from the sale of the Menara Maybank. In Singapore, I think banks are also moving towards partnering with retail outlets, whereby, in the case of OCBC, notice that they have, worked with retail outlets such as books outlet, retail outlets that it is popular, where at the same time they provide banking services, not just on weekdays but also on weekends. And it seems to have done a fairly, I would say, popularity-wise as far as the bank is concerned. Perhaps there's something that Maybank, being the biggest bank in Malaysia, would look into that area. I think it's quite a good idea of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So, Dato' Khairul.
Thank you for the question. We do take this greenwashing thing very seriously. Yeah? And for that, of course, first and foremost, we've got our own policy, which we call NDPE, right? No deforestation, no new coal, no pit, and no exploitation. So that basically sets us as the holy grail, so to speak, in terms of what we can and shouldn't do. And that is also being translated into some frameworks, for example, our sustainable framework, as well as transition finance framework. Yeah? And in coming up with these frameworks, we actually work with specialist third parties, right? So that it's not just our own creation. We validated this with those experts, for example, Sustainalytics, in coming up with our sustainability framework. Now, having done all this and having set some targets, those numbers that we provide externally are also being validated by third parties, and these are auditors. In our case, we got PwC to validate the numbers that we produce and we publish, and they have also given us feedback, for example, in terms of how to improve this disclosure, right? So again, we start from the policy, we start the framework, and then we set targets, and our deliverables and outcome are even validated by third parties, in this case PwC. So that's how I would answer your comments on greenwashing. On Menara Maybank, we are mindful about the cost impact, for sure. As a start, basically, we are actually taking less space. So in Menara Maybank, we've got about 1 million square feet of net lettable area. But in Menara PNB, we're only renting 650,000 square feet of lettable area, right? So we are actually now, in a way, downsizing the area that we occupy. Of course, we still have some other buildings that we can, occupy, but that's a first step. But having said that, I agree with you. We are all mindful about the cost implication. You talk about selling the building. Those are all possibilities that we will consider once we move to the new building. At the moment, we are busy actually trying to complete that relocation, so to speak, to our new Menara Maybank, as Chairman said. Your suggestion on retail, working with retail hours, is a good one, and we have started considering that as well. We're potentially working with cafes, etc. Right? And we have actually started that in Singapore. On the Orchard Road, if you go there, We have got one that we actually have a branch at the retail space and having a cafe, operating there as well. And we even go beyond that in having it as a community area where people of different background can come and use our space, to do briefings, to do medical checkup, to do other things that can benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Just want to clarify your Maybank Menara, where you have the main branch there now. So going forward, when you move to 118, are you closing down the branch office, the banking office?
We have not made a decision, but that's one of the considerations.
I think just for my suggestion, I think fixed on my observation, you already have built up a big banking base in your main office in the Menara Maybank. So you move, you will disrupt a lot of customer. So maybe if it's more viable, you keep the operation maybe smaller. And when you move in the Menara Maybank, the 118, you start a new banking branch. Don't move the whole branch all over to the 118 because because you already have a catchment customer. People used to go to that place. So when you go to when you move everything there to the new branch, you will cause disruption to your customer operation. That's my suggestion. But look at even Public Bank last time when they moved from Jalan Sulaiman to the Jalan Ampang. They just keep the branch in the old head office, and they moved they opened a new operation in the Jalan Ampang.
Point noted. Thanks for the feedback, and we will take that into consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, gentleman in the middle first, please. Yes, please.
My name is Chong. I'm a proxy. Yesterday, I attended the Petronas Gas meeting. They have shortened many of the virtual questions. They have shortened to 15. But just now I saw our CEO. He replied all the questions, which has taken us most of our time already. And now my stomach is feeling hungry. So are you going to provide me with a lunch? My God. Okay, coming to the real question. President Donald Trump applies the unkindness cut on the world economy. For Malaysia, no exception, 24% on tariff. So this will trouble the world a lot. The world will have a serious impact on all over the world, whether you're in Europe, Asia, Japan, India, Vietnam, and all. So I feel that this will take some time to settle. So in case of, for Maybank, our top bank, if they want to require any fund or issue any bond, you are welcome to do it. Please give a better rate. If you have. That is my question. So because of the duration, we never know how long it will last. Hopefully it will settle. Between America and China, these two giants, they're fighting. They never kowtow, surrender to each other. I believe this will take some time. So for Maybank, if you want to issue any loans from the public, you're welcome to issue bonds to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try and answer the first question first on the replying to all questions. I guess it's a balancing thing that we need to do. We need to be fair to all shareholders. Since we have declared it's going to be a hybrid meeting, so we should also address all the questions and concerns from other shareholders too. Yeah, the other questions on the impact of, yeah, I think you got the question there.
Yeah,
So if I may just summarize, I understand you are saying that there's a possibility that we should issue dollar bonds, is it, during this period, given the impact to the US. We are monitoring the market, but when we monitor the market, what we saw is that since the announcement of this reciprocal tariff by the US president, the US dollar bond yield has gone up quite a bit. So the 10 years has gone up by 30 basis points, 40 basis points, so it doesn't make sense for us to issue now. It has come off a bit, maybe by 10, 15 basis points, but again, you know, it's so difficult now, right? He says something, things go up. He says another thing, things go down. So in that light, we probably just want to stay by the side, but continue to monitor the market. I think, yeah, there is a possibility that we want to do that, but we want to make it the most cost efficient and cost effective. Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and fellow shareholders. My name is Lok, shareholder and customer. Generally, I am very supportive and very happy with Maybank. I always recommend Maybank to my friends, colleagues, and people around me, my family members. However, I have had a fairly unpleasant experience with Maybank recently. This is due to an unfortunate event that happened to me when my personal computer crashed and I lost most of my records. So I went to the Maybank branch and requested for the past statements. So there's a charge, okay, fine, that is fair enough. But I requested that the statements be soft copy, and they insisted that it is impossible. I have to print all the statements in hard copy. So that kind of, number one, that kind of contradicts with all of the effort that everyone, of course Maybank and everyone else, is trying to achieve in terms of going green and going paperless. That's number one. Number two is that the charges were really quite exorbitant. It's 1 ringgit per page on top of the charge of me wanting to get access to my past statements. So yeah, this is something that perhaps that you guys can look into because, you know, for example, I'm trying to get maybe three or more years of my past statements. That cost me 100 over ringgit, you know, and I specifically said, okay, fine, you charge me the finding fee, but can I get my statements in electronic format? They say, no, there is no way that we can do that. So please look into that. Secondly, in response to the uncle earlier before me mentioning about the AGM, we are spending too much time answering questions, right? I respectfully have to disagree. I agree with the answer from CEO that we should take the time to answer all the questions because this is a once a year only time where we can actually get to interact with members of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lok.
So look, thank you for your feedback. We certainly will reach out to you even right after this meeting, but generally for our customers, that's the way to go, you know, and apologies for the inconvenience that you had to go through during that challenging time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. My name is Encik Rain. I'm a shareholder but registered as proxy. Okay, first inquiry. Is it possible you can identify the person in charge of Maybank investment? Because I want to resolve about, firstly, why is it like almost 2 years? Last time I inquired about registering for meetings, they refused to do so. And I also have problem to reset my account to log in. Until now, I'm stuck because you have all this integrated system. Until now, I am not able to reset my password. Okay, next query is regarding the rumors about this STHBNK project in Australia. As of today, can we confirm that Maybank has not incurred any losses? And there are some write-up on the social media, those are all untrue. Okay, next inquiry is, I foresee that there's a huge demand for Sharia counter in Bursa. Okay, will we expect there will be any heavy and active discussion of listing Etika, Maybank Islamic, and perhaps also with your Menara Maybank to have a Maybank REIT with spaces rent out for Bitcoin mining, etc. Okay, next is a suggestion on ESG. Okay, can you also include metrics on shareholder engagement? I think this one is quite lacking. I think Maybank is a good example of satisfying shareholders' engagement. But I noticed that quite lots of company, they just put in the annual report, supposedly they want transparency, they have effective communication, but when it comes to actual meeting, they cut short the question. Next, can I suggest that, can you extend the time for the massage, health check, and transport beyond 2:30? And understand that last year you have Wheel of Fortune, and perhaps you can have it again. And perhaps if you want to have a much more happy shareholders, knowing about your effective engagement, you can also have a meeting on Saturday. And admin note can also mention about all these free massage, etc. that's available. I think many are quite happy, but will be much grateful that if you extend the time so that those attend the meeting can also enjoy them. Next query is, may I know how much total cost of hosting this meeting today, and how much is the online portion? Next query is also on hosting event. I know that you also host Chinese New Year celebrations to your clients and also for Hari Raya event. Okay, and whether that such event can be extended to shareholders. I did try to inquire from your investor relation, but there were no response. And unfortunately, if we even turn up to the event, wanted to meet up to our esteemed board of directors, there's no avenue for us to even inquire such a possibility. The security will immediately block us or chase us away. So I hope that can be improved. Next is just a suggestion. Is there any reward if, let's say, we notice that suddenly there are fake posts, like from the CEO or the chairman, suddenly in the Facebook, someone posted, they have a fantastic investment, we should click this link. So if, let's say, we report immediately, then you will offer us at least another 50 ringgit Watson voucher. Lastly, is just appreciation. I noticed that you have a superb customer care service. It shows that you're able to delegate lots of admin matters. We don't really have to bring up everything to the meeting. I think this is a good example of effective shareholder engagement, and congratulations on that.
Thank you very much for that. Many suggestions there.
Thank you for those suggestions. The first one is, who is the person in charge of Maybank Investment Bank? I would like to get Mike Kolau, who is the CEO of Maybank Investment, to stand up. So, shareholder is the guy that you can approach immediately after this. Yeah, shoot him wherever you need to. The other one is in terms of the project in Australia, whether we have got exposure or not. I think we can't say anything specific on any particular borrower, right? Given the confidentiality, commitment and compliance that we have to adhere to. But what we can say is that from our financial reporting point of view, if there's any provision that we have to make, of course we have to make them timely, and that has also been reviewed by auditors. So what you see in our accounts is reflective of our current business situation, including if there's any need for any provision that's required. Yeah. So the big loss is certainly not true. Yeah. The other one is on Sharia counter, Etika, Seta Islamic. Well, Etika, of course, has got both conventional and takaful. Islamic is a subsidiary of Maybank. This is something that, you know, we have started looking at it a long time ago, right? Whether we could even have Sharia shares being listed, etc. Again, in reflecting the size of Islamic business that is already on our books, right? So as context, for example, at the group level, our financing portfolio that is Sharia compliance is already about 45% group level, but in Malaysia it's already close to 70%. Yeah, and of course we have been trying to see how we can identify ways and means to enable Sharia only investors, shareholders, to be able to access to, you know, our business lah, so to speak. We haven't got any solution right yet, but this is something that we will continue to assess on an ongoing basis. You talk about shareholder engagement. Certainly, this is, you know, one big event that we will do every year to engage with shareholders. For your record, Chinese New Year also, we also do once a year to engage with our clients. So we do have different engagement sessions for different stakeholders. Yeah. You talk about massage. I also need a massage after this. So, so hopefully, Secretariat maybe see if we can extend after our AGM is over, right? So that not just shareholders, directors, and management can also go to that particular area. There is also on Saturday meeting. I think it's about being able. We are prepared to do it weekdays. Of course, one if confirmed, there's no constraint doing weekends. We only weekdays. Yeah. So maybe you want to explain that one.
Because it's an official meeting for the shareholders, so official meeting, so we should try to do it during the working days and working hours. And also, I think for weekends, I think some shareholders want to spend more time with their family rather than spending time with us.
On the cost of AGM, I highlighted earlier, we have budgeted about 2 million ringgit. We haven't got the full detailed listing. It's something that we can report back next year in terms of how much it cost us actually, and what's the breakdown in terms of hybrid, online and physical. Yeah. On fake posting, yeah, we have been getting that a lot. Chairman got it, I got it, some other directors and management also got it. But rest assured, whenever we got this type, or we saw complaints, or we saw this type of posting, we immediately report to authorities, MCMC, even police. Yeah, we don't want our names and institution to be tarnished by this, fake posting. Thank you for your compliment on the customer service with our call center. I hope I've covered all your comments.
On the engagement, I was inquiring about, because you also prepare ESG computation for certain companies when you do analyst report. So whether you can include metrics on shareholder engagement in your calculation.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can consider. You have got a point there. We engage with other stakeholders from a community point of view, and maybe we can have a commitment to engage with shareholders and report that in the annual report as well, or sustainability report for that matter.
When can we confirm that this massage, transportation, health check will be available until what time? Because now it's already 1:15.
May I know who is in charge of that booth? Can we come back to you as we go along, so that to allow other shareholders to ask questions in the meantime? Yeah.
Okay.
So please come back to me. Thank you.
So perhaps you can consider Wheel of Fortune to be reinstated back next year.
Which one?
I understand that you have it last year.
We will consider your feedback.
Yeah. Yeah. As for weekend meetings, I beg to differ. Perhaps you can look at how ICAP effectively hosted it on Saturday. Okay. I can assure you, shareholders will come in as consider as having holiday with your massage and health check. And as for your Raya and Chinese New Year events, so would there be any chance that shareholders can even inquire whether they can perhaps come to wish you good fortune, excellent health, rather than being escorted out by your security immediately? And why is it your investor relation don't even bother to respond? Because it should be part of your ESG as well.
If that is true, my apology for us not responding to you. But as I said, I think we've got different forums and engagement sessions for different stakeholders. I mean, again, you know, employees also, we've got different shareholders, clients. So I hope you understand that, you know, we will continue to do that dedicated engagements and events for different stakeholders. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Next question, please. Yes, sir. Yeah, in the middle.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum, Dato' Khairul Saleh and all the board of directors. Good afternoon. I just want to touch on one thing. Seriously, I think you should consider not giving all these door gifts, and for those who invest less than, say, 5,000, 3,000 or 1,000 shares, serious investors get it. Others, anybody, even if somebody buys one share, they can intend, but don't come here just for that, you know, unless you're a serious investor, because people just buy one share and go to all the companies, and then they just go around claiming this ultra kiasuism. It's going around. It's like a pandemic. Secondly, like what that guy said just now about the Hari Raya and Chinese New Year open houses, I beg to differ about what he says. I prefer if, in fact, okay, you want to have a small do, but make it small, but you don't need to invite shareholders. You don't even need to make it big. Save the money and give us in the form of dividends. Because some of us, like for me, I have a disabled parent, so the dividend comes in so useful for medical costs. So this is something that, it's not just for me, for everybody. I'm sure they would want the dividends for whatever they want. For me, it's medical, for my parent. So instead of cut costs on those kind of unnecessary things, increase the dividends. That would be just a suggestion. So that's the first one. Second one is, excuse me, just give me a second. Second issue is, I don't know if Maybank has a policy on human rights record, because you trade with ASEAN, which is great. I mean, the purpose of the bank is to make money for not just the shareholders, for the employees, and so on. But trading with certain countries like China that oppresses, commits rape, murder, torture against Uyghur Muslims, and does all kinds of bad things, and instead we roll the red carpet out for Genie the Pooh when he comes down here. And that Xi Jinping, whatever, it is wrong. Would you roll the red carpet out for Adolf Hitler if he was still alive? So Anwar Ibrahim and the current Agong is rolling out the red carpet for this dictator from China. It is wrong on so many levels. He said his actual words are, show no mercy to the Uyghur Muslims. It's a leaked document that's been authenticated by forensics. So I don't know whether Maybank actually trades with China. If you want to trade to earn money, that's fine. But dealings for their benefit to enrich that CCP, that is wrong. So I just wanted to bring that up. And yeah, hopefully you look into those two issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge your comments. Perhaps let's move on to any other suggestions or questions, please.
That's a suggestion.
Where are we?
I just talk about Malaysian top trade partner. The top trade partner is China and US, right? So if you look at the current geopolitics now, the country will be decoupled. So they're coming to two blocks at least. There's US and China. So The issue now is how do we capitalize on the situation. So there's a friend here mentioned about issuing US bond. Actually, the trend is to issue Chinese bond. Because eventually there are a lot of products will be done in renminbi. So Malaysia will have access renminbi, which we need to recycle. So I checked with Singapore. Actually, they have not looking into the renminbi currency in ASEAN. So it's a time for Malaysia to steal the thunder of recycling all this renminbi, using us as a hub to recycle the renminbi, like issuing bond, so that, and also allow the countries to utilize the renminbi currency to trade. So Maybank should be the largest local bank, should start to do it, should start to study this situation. Because like, you look at the US dollar, the Euro bond, HIBOR, eventually we have the China ASEAN yuan, maybe Europe yuan. So this is an opportunity for us. Because Singapore have not pushed fast enough because they are worried about US also. So Malaysia, right time is to capitalize on this area. The other thing is about, I want to just make a short comment on the guy who talked about Uyghur. The issue is, this is not confirmed. And in fact, the Arab countries, even the Islamic country, have not condemned this situation. So I don't know whether it's wrong or possible, but in terms of peacefulness of to avoid disruption in the society, I think China has done the good job in terms of containing the discontentment of so that the country can progress. So the issue is the policy of the government. So I think Malaysia still needs China and US. So we shouldn't take side, we should be neutral. That's my view.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for those comments and suggestions. As you can appreciate, this whole tariff thing happened just these few months. So there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions around. But nevertheless, rest assured that we as a group will be considering all these possibilities, as this event unfolds further. So thank you for that, those comments. Yeah, the lady at the back, please. Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Presidents, and Board of Directors, and all the ladies and gentlemen in the hall. Okay, my name is Ng Siu Ngo. Okay, understand Etika Family Takafu Berhad is one of your members in Maybank Group. My question is related to Takafu plan. Under the contract, the law of contract, can a Takafu certificate take effect when there is no any signature by the participants to agree to participate in the plan? This is my first question. Second question is, and what is the turnaround time to respond for client inquiries? Thank you. Thank you.
We will come back to you on the Takafu one, right? Of course, it's a product matter with respect to whether the contract can take effect, under Takafu. On the response, of course, our charter says that we should respond immediately, wherever possible. But there will be instances where it will require more time and more people to respond to our customers, given the nature of the requests and queries. So, if there is no barrier, it has to be immediate, but there will be cases where more time will be required, given the complexity or the nature of the request. But the first one, we'll try to come back to you, hopefully, when we check. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, sir. I just want to touch again on something these two Chinese guys said. One guy said, no politics. It's not politics, it's basic human rights. Your tagline is humanizing. So this is about human rights. Secondly, and trading, as what Maybank does, trade with with humanity, not with evil China. Secondly, the guy said there's no proof about Uyghurs, Arab countries. Arab countries are paid off. They are trading with China. But one thing is very, very clear. All those people who came out and spoke out about the abuses they have endured, rape, torture, murder, organ harvesting.
Excuse me, sir. Here we are in business.
No, excuse me, I'm talking first. Can you please let me finish? Thank you very much.
Other than business, you're talking other
This is to do with business, it's trading.
Okay, let's cool it down for a bit.
Neither are you. Do you have any humanity left? Where's your humanity? You lack humanity, you're just Chinese. So one thing, all those Uyghurs who spoke out, they are not paid by the CIA. Millions of Uyghurs who spoke out, thousands, and the millions who are conscious, at least a million more. The ones who escaped, which China, now they don't allow them to escape anymore.
Can we please...
time is very late, you're talking all this
They
rubbish.
spoke that we are suffering, and these guys who are making noise, because they are Chinese. Of course, I have Chinese friends, they are wonderful people. But those guys are not.
Okay, I think... let's take, okay, order please. All right, let's just move on now. Any more questions? One more? Yeah, you wanted to say something? Yes.
Good afternoon, CEO. Board Director, I'm a shareholder. My surname is only given name is Chen Kui. Okay? Good afternoon also to other shareholder. I just have three points. Number one, I come here, we have been sitting here very comfortably, you know. But you see many staff, they are standing there, you know. So many hours already standing there. If they are not tired, I also tired. Please ask them to sit. There are so many empty seats here. And then they, why should we penalize them, you know, looking like that? Where is the humanizing, penalizing them standing there? That's the first thing. This is the first thing I want to talk, okay? Second thing is concerning our dog gift. Thank you for giving us the Watson 50 ringgit voucher. But I think this dog gift, the convenience of shopping there might be lacking. So would the board or the organizer consider giving maybe a more popular one, like Touch and Go gift voucher, or supermarket vouchers? That's easier for us to convert the value in it as a dog gift. Number three is and also this 50 ringgit, maybe the company or our bank can consider giving us more, because the value of Malaysian ringgit maybe can buy a very little thing now. So please consider giving a higher dog gift value to comfort the shareholders, because we just meet you once a year, no? All right? Yeah. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, good suggestions. We will consider. You know, of course, when considering type of dog gifts, you have to consider the availability as well, including Sabah and Sarawak. So it's not just supermarkets only in Semenanjung, but then you have to consider all these considerations be taken into account. Anyway, thank you for the suggestion. Any more questions from the floor, please? Yes.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Hi. Good afternoon, Tan Sri Chairman. My name is Hafiz Imran. I'm a proxy for Pemodalan Nasional Berhad. Firstly, congratulations to the board, the management, and everybody at Maybank Group for a good showing last year. We hope Maybank continues to enhance value to shareholders. And it is not lost upon us the contribution that Maybank makes, not just to PNB, but in the investing community in general. As you are aware, PNB has been submitting questions for several years now. And we appreciate the responses that have been given. We do so because we feel we have a role to play as an institutional investor. But this year, we are refining our shareholder engagement framework, whereby there includes a pre-AGM letter that we had sent earlier. So we kindly request that, in addition to the questions that we are grateful that you answered, that the letter itself be provided to shareholders in the spirit of sharing with other shareholders. If you notice that this year our focus is on TSR, and I think that Dr. Karusale has addressed those questions thoroughly, and we thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hafiz. Available to share. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. Any more questions on the floor, please? Okay, if there is none, I think everybody is kind of also tired. Now, the last bit is to address the questions received today through virtual meeting platform. Do we have many, Dato'? Do you have any questions from the virtual meeting platform for today?
Yeah, I think we have. It's already now flashed out.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I can read.
So we'll take it one by one then,
yeah.
please.
The first one is from E. Pei An. I was impressed with the new Maybank trading apps. When can we expect the upgrade of May apps as well? So actually, we are continually improving our digital apps, yeah, you know, we've got schedule in terms of the rollout of the enhancements throughout the year. So this is not just trading app; this is our May app, Etika app. So rest assured that, you know, as again, the focus is about trying to meet the customer needs, and we will do that through the app and also through other means. Is dividend affected? Sorry, does dividend affected? Okay. And some fear or is tax. Our share price performance, of course, is affected by market volatility, obviously. And it's not just us, it's a whole market, and not just in Malaysia, everywhere in the world. There's also a price adjustment. Oh, on the X date, okay. Of course, there will be price adjustment on the X date for any particular corporate exercises. But the X should also include the dividend that you get. Don't forget the amount that you also pay in dividend as part of the total shareholder return and not just the share price. Kementerian Sumber Manusia said 20% of workforce is diabetic, affected productivity. What action has Maybank taken, and there are efforts to promote plant-based in your events? So we run a holistic range of initiatives that support both physical and mental well-being of our employees. This includes ensuring our engagement in events offer dietary options that cater to diverse needs and preference. The salary increment deal with the union recently, how will it affect the profit of the company? I have to say that this CA negotiation happens every 3 years. Yeah. It again depends on negotiation. Some, of course, if we can't resolve through negotiation, has to be referred to the courts. But I think our principle is to be fair to our employees as well as to the organization in terms of also taking into consideration the affordability. But you have seen again in last year at least, we have managed to try to reduce the cost growth compared to the previous 2 years. May apps kindly improve your app and procedure for updating information in mobile number reset PIN. Previously, the apps allowed us to update and now cannot. Thank you for your feedback, and we will consider this suggestion. What are the key sustainability issues of ESG risks faced by Maybank? How Maybank mitigate this risk? The risk would include headwinds in the global climate change agenda, physical risks, including climate hazards such as floods and rising temperature, disruptive climate transition risks, including new government policies and tighter regulations. And of course, to address this, we have developed frameworks and metrics like Sustainable Product Framework, Transition Finance Framework, Group Human Rights Policy, the Group Climate Risk Policy, and others to enable us to manage sustainability risks. We also constantly engage with regulators and government in terms of monitoring the development and landscape changes. Moving on. From Woo Seong Woon, is there any plan to revise the current dividend payout to quarterly basis? There's no immediate plan, but it's something that we can consider. Just that to highlight to you, whenever we want to do payment of dividend, we have to make sure that our accounts are reviewed by the auditors. And when they review the auditors, of course, they charge us. So the more frequent we do this review, the more costs we have to incur. The auditors are here, so hopefully they can think about reducing the costs going forward. Wong Wai Lun, kudos to the new May app. Compared to other banking apps, it is overzealous in requiring secure-to-you authentication for practically everything. Do you really need to use secure-to-you to transfer funds between your own accounts? Be realistic, yeah. Preventing fraud is a major concern. Banegara Radugi's issues specific directives. So I was also upset, right? Why transferring to my own account, I still use secure-to-you. But rest assured, I think we have to balance between what we can do and what is also required by regulation. Yeah. In this case, actually, it's required by regulation. How will China digital currency change the bank's business outlook? Is Maybank looking into supporting digital currency? Digital currency will likely reduce Nostro banking relationship, enabling direct business transactions between banks. We expect this will change client experience, transparency, and liquidity for both banks and clients, and encourage more business between Malaysia and China. We are currently in discussion with the relevant parties on this matter. What are the differences between Maybank Global Access account and Wise Card, which is better? Maybank Global Access account is a full-fledged Islamic current account, while Wise is an e-wallet. Yeah? So the difference is actually a full-fledged account versus e-wallet. Global Access account offer a bonus profit rate and takaful coverage, in addition to competitive rates for eligible segments. Lee Junxian, Maybank Trade app, My app was launched to allow investors to trade easier. However, is there a plan to extend the service to foreign shares? Yes, there is a plan under our rollout map. So we are working on that. Yeah, and this is meant to be within this year. Yeah. Lau Jun Lin, could Maybank clarify why it chose this approach rather than giving customers a fair window to redeem their points at full value? More transparent and respectful method would have been to inform customers in advance and honor redemptions. All changes in capping and value of points actually were done with 21 days notice to cardholders, yeah, to enable them to redeem their points. But this February 25, this year, we actually increased the capping to 2 billion miles, allowing customers to benefit from miles redemption prior to the points revaluation coming into effect. So I think that was a positive move because whilst there was a rush in redemption, that 2 billion was sufficient to cater for all redemption. Kok Chi Kit, why is the age limit for cards set at 65 years? This is too low. Past 65, majority are still able and financially sound. The age 65 is the limit we have, but we will review those above 65 basing on their financial standings on a case-to-case basis. So doesn't mean that you're above 65, we don't give. It's just that we have to take extra measures, yeah, in considering this. Why is there an impairment of goodwill amounting to 4.43 billion ringgit towards Maybank IBG Holdings Limited? Is it a loss-making entity? Impairment relates to one of our foreign stockbroking businesses following a memorandum issued by SEC to decommission the minimum commission rate issued. Yeah, nonetheless, Maybank IBG Holdings Limited continues to generate profit for the Maybank Group. And we have to do this assessment of goodwill every year anyway. With this year, February, further devaluation or redemption, okay, I think what's planned for Maybank moving forward to align the amount of credit card annual fee paid? I think I have answered this in my response to the questions from the shareholders earlier, yeah? As chairman, what does your daily routine typically involve? And
at least I get one question now. Okay. Well, actually, the chairing the board of Maybank is almost a full-time job, as far as I'm concerned. The bank meets, the bank board meets once a month, unlike other sectors in the industry where it's once every quarter. So in order to build up to the board meetings monthly, there will be pre-meetings, preparation for that, meetings with with the president, CEO, and also with senior management. So that takes some time. Apart from main board, I also chair the board technology committee. So again, that requires preparation and discussion and so on. And also, I chair Maybank Foundation, which focuses on the social impact and sustainability part of our activities in the group. So apart from the standard, managing corporate governance and so on, chairing the board and so on, there is a lot of behind-the-scene discussions, providing guidance, perhaps also as a sounding board for President and CEO, in trying to figure out the next step strategically, and also, also sometimes as the conscience of the group as well, keep reminding about humanizing financial services. So it's not just about making money and profitability. We have to stick to the purpose and the values that we have developed within ourselves in the group. So in short, almost a full-time job, if you like, but most enjoyable, I must say. All right? Thank you. So that's all.
Thank you. Next one is from Koh Ka Huan, emerging trend of state governments investing in local banks. So what's the view? I guess this is very much depending on individual shareholders. They must have their reasons. Like Sarawak, of course, is about potentially supporting the state development. But obviously they have to be guided by the rules of Bank Negara. You can, as any other shareholder, only increase up to 5% without Bank Negara approval. But if they want to start thinking about higher percentage or even gaining control, then of course Bank Negara will step in to see, the issue of risks and conflicts. Yeah. But in our view, it's very much up to the respective shareholders to embark on what they want to do. Leong Jun Yen, the process of renewing car insurance with Etika is difficult. In February, I'm not able to renew. Okay, there is no one operating the live chat, but you have kept it open. Okay, we will check this, Leong Jun Yen. I guess there is also a feature where now in the app you can renew it, instantly. So we will then try to contact you, right, to be able to utilize this feature on Etika app. Yo Wen Hong, why does the buying and selling price of gold in Mega account not reflect the same as a spot gold? Buying and selling price of gold in NTU is indicative price for the day, which is uploaded at 8:30 a.m. The price will move and fluctuate, right, throughout the day. So just be mindful that those prices are indicative, yeah, because they are uploaded once a day. Melissa Mok Manchi, please do consider having an online purchasing for silver account, just like the current availability to purchase gold online. Okay, thank you for the feedback, and we will consider this. Cheong Cheng How or Who, could you provide insight into expected return investment for significant technology investments, including key metrics used to evaluate their effectiveness? Two main categories for foundational technology, which is needed to support the whole bank. The key indicators are related to stability of service, lack of obsolescence, and ability to support the business at scale, reducing the unit cost per transaction, for example. For investment related to business, this is what we call tech for business. Key metrics include payback period, customer acquisition, CASA increase, things like that, yeah, as with respect to the measures on return on investment. Will Maybank explore Bitcoin invest sector in future? We will continually review and update our investment products and digital assets, including Bitcoin, but we haven't introduced this yet. Cheong Cheng Hu again. What are the specific KPIs used by Board Sustainability Committee to measure the actual impact of sustainable finance initiatives on environmental and social outcome? We actually have 4 sustainability commitments which are embedded in our annual performance appraisal. These commitments include the impact of our sustainable finance that is guided by our sustainable product framework and transition finance framework. We have also included in our long-term remuneration plan for this year the operationalization of our net zero targets that have impact on our environmental commitments, in particular reducing carbon emission. Do Maybank join the part to save Harimau Malaya, which is getting less by the year? Since 2016, Maybank Foundation has partnered with WWF Malaysia for tiger conservation efforts in the Belum Temenggo Forest Complex. Currently, in its third phase, the program supports our commitment to tiger conservation in Malaysia. Our partnership has resulted in quantifiable benefits, both to the tiger conservation, habitat, and indigenous communities. All these have been reported in our sustainability reports since 2017. Cheong Cheng Hu again. Could you provide more details on the succession planning processes and timelines for key management positions below the ESCO level? Maybank's succession planning framework ensures leadership sustainability through annual talent reviews, which we normally do twice a year, at sector, country, entity levels, and that will culminate in the group talent review chaired by the group CEO. This process provides a strategic review of leadership pipelines with oversight from Nomination and Remuneration Committee at the group and the board. For key management positions below ESCO, all sectors in the bank conduct their sector talent review annually to look at succession pipelines. So there is a robust talent review at various levels. Can PAYE's email addresses be saved on M2U website? Currently, it cannot be saved at all. Thanks for the suggestion, and we will assess your suggestion. Muhammad Khalil Madom, Dear Datuk, congrats on the best achievement, your reappointment. Thank you. Last month, PMX has a CSR program to be conducted at schools. On behalf of ABG, please conduct CSR program at Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan Taman Ihsan Kepong. Okay, we'll take note of this and we'll see what we can do. Ong Siu Hui, this is a critical request. Can May app please support multiple access from phone with no SIM card? My joint account holder is facing this challenge as she has spent 2 separate Maybank IDs. Now there is a need to link the phone with SIM card. I think for enhanced protection, we have restricted this capability. Again, this is a balance that we are trying to achieve, right, between customer convenience and customer protection, guided by the requirements of the regulator. Cheong Cheng Hu again. Could you provide a more granular outlook and asset quality across different loan portfolios, potential macroeconomic headwinds? Overall, asset quality this year is expected to remain under pressure given the volatility and uncertainty. Real estate sector, SMEs, low-income segments may face ongoing challenges due to sustained cost pressure and living cost areas. Corporate and commercial entities could be exposed to elevated downside risks stemming from uncertainties surrounding Trump's trade and foreign policies. For us, we will continue to adopt a prudent stance in assessing our asset quality. We are proactively managing our credit risks, such as forward-looking measures in anticipating the heightened economic uncertainties, concerted efforts to drive better asset recovery, and agility in adapting to the regulatory and market shifts, among others. Ng Joanne, reconsider freebies, more perks to opening of junior accounts. Thank you for your feedback. Chu Lenchet, could dividend payout ratio be more performance transparent benchmark against net income or net of budgeted retention ratio rather than using variable EPS? Actually, we don't use EPS. We measure dividend payout against our profit after tax that are attributable to our shareholders. I think that's where the affordability starts, at least. Kwa Teng Kim, the bank has a property used as car park under the top 10 properties listing. What is the strategy of the bank on property? The property is part of Etika Investment Properties, and there are plans for its development. A development order has been submitted and pending approval. So this will enable us to enhance the value of the land. So thank you for your observation. Ng Kok On, could you provide an update on the portfolio financing business? Have there been any leads or interest from wealthy families within the JSCZ family offices? Portfolio financing has been our core offering for our wealth customers, including family offices. We see growth in our portfolio financing based on the needs of the customers. There may be more interest with interest rate potentially coming down. On single family office with the JSSEZ, Maybank together with clients has secured the first pilot SFO, or single family office in the Forest City Special Financial Zone. Our high net worth clients have strong interest in SFO and we are working closely with these families. Ng Siu Ngo, can a takaful family plan take effect when there is no signature? I think it's from you earlier. All family takaful plans require approval from the purchaser before they become enforced. Nonetheless, to facilitate convenience in the purchase process, there are cases where signature may not be required, such as online purchases of our family takaful plans. Mark Ching Tat, congrats. Datuk, continue to lead Maybank for another term as long as possible. Excellent leadership. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. Lau Lian, how should Maybank chase back the market that lost to Touch and Go e-wallet? Whilst we have a dominant market share in both mobile and QR payments, we will continue to enhance our proposition. Indeed, this one we will, look at it more proactively, right? In terms of making sure that our offerings are as good, if not better, than anyone else's. So we welcome actually competition, so that again we keep ourselves on the toes in delivering what the customer needs. Chu Swetling, how do Maybank position itself as one of the leading financial group in ASEAN against DBS in terms of profit and capital? We are focused on our M25+ strategy. Together with our values-based banking as a strategy differentiator, we will ensure continued economic value creation while delivering sustainable shareholder return. I think the other specific answer from me at least is that it's not going to be like for like when you compare Maybank with DBS anymore. DBS is a different animal. We are a different animal, and they operate in a different situation compared to us. They are the only government-owned bank. In Malaysia, there are many government-owned banks, for example, or at least government-linked banks. Lim Serin, kill switch solution. Kindly elaborate more, especially when the user at overseas can user just block the credit card via MT Online? Thank you. You can actually immediately disable or freeze the card via the May app without having to call. So you can actually go to the app itself and disable or freeze your respective accounts. Nur Raiha, recent trend seems to employ higher non-Malaysians to serve in high-level positions. What triggered this and what is the end game? Okay, he says a long answer. Maybank takes a strategic approach to filling high-level positions. I think here we go by merit, effectively. That's first and foremost. And while we hire non-Malaysians for specialized expertise and diverse global perspectives, including talent from countries in the region where we also operate in, we also value and invest our internal staff and local talent, right? Our goal is to balance external hires with the development of local capabilities. Our 80-20 approach reflects this commitment, with 80% of positions intended for internal candidates and 20% open to external hire. And that was the case as at December 2024. Yeah. Albert Wong Mansam, the bank SOP requires that when authorizing a third party to update the savings passbook, the person must be present physically to sign standard form. What happens if the person is a senior citizen over 90-year, bedridden, I guess? We're sorry again for the inconvenience. Our branch can arrange for an officer to visit the senior citizen customer. Yeah, we will take into account the condition of our customer. Yeah, in this case, of course, we can make arrangements for us to visit this senior citizen. Chan Chang Yang, unauthorized credit card transactions have been rampant. Most merchants who collude are from overseas. Will it be possible to enable Maybank card holders to opt for prohibition against overseas transactions? Unauthorized transactions are predominantly done at unsecured website. If the transactions are from such website, then the liability falls on the merchants and not the cardholders. Cardholders can opt for overseas transactions from unsecured sites for debit cards at this moment. So please contact our card center for assistance on this. SIM and CAP, when you are updating your app, please consider the customers who are using an older smartphone. Please do not roll out an app that requires large memory or high CPU. We certainly truly value our users across all devices, and we are continuously optimizing our app for a wide range of smartphones, including older models. But please note, the older the phone and the operating system, the higher the risk of vulnerabilities. Indeed, Bank Negara has set certain specific guidelines on the minimum requirements for operating systems for smartphones for all financial apps to work safely and properly. I guess that's the end of our questions, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Dato' Karusali. I hope, thank you very much all shareholders for the question and suggestions that have been given throughout the day. That's really great. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed the deliberations of all resolutions as set out in the notice of AGM. As mentioned earlier, we will publish the entire set of the Q&As on our corporate website after the AGM. By the way, the massage has been extended to 4 p.m. We will now close the Q&A session and proceed further with the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary has informed me that no notice has been received to transact any other business of which due notice shall have been given in accordance with the Companies Act. As all the resolutions have been tabled, please proceed to cast your vote now if you have not submitted your votes earlier. To those in the meeting hall, if you are unable to vote using your own devices, please be informed that we have open polling kiosks at the back of this hall as an alternative option for you to submit your vote. The voting session will be closed in 10 minutes. The poll results will be validated by the scrutineers and will be made available for announcement soon. We target to announce the poll results 15 minutes after the closure of the voting session. Because of that, we will call the meeting then to order after 25 minutes for announcement of the poll results. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in today's meeting and voting procedure. The poll administrator for today's voting procedure is Boardroom Share Registrars. As this is a hybrid meeting, voting will be conducted via an online platform through the following modes. Shareholders and proxy holders attending the meeting physically here with us, you will vote via your personal smartphone or tablet. For shareholders who are here with us, your personalized voting instruction slip with a QR code has been issued to you during registration. Scan the QR code on the instruction slip with your smartphone or tablet. Kindly enter your username and password as per the given in the voting instruction slip. To vote, click on the voting tab on top of the screen. The resolutions and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press cancel. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. You may seek assistance from the usher around the room if required. If you are unable to use your smartphone or tablet to vote, you may proceed to the polling kiosk area to cast your vote. Present your personalized voting instruction slip, which has been issued to you during registration. At the polling kiosk, please scan the QR code on your voting slip. Your details, the resolutions, and the voting choices will be displayed on the screen. Select your voting direction from the options shown on the screen. If you wish to cancel your vote, please press Clear All. And to change your vote, simply select another direction. Once you have selected your voting direction, please click Next. Your voting summary will appear, and press the Submit button to submit your votes. A confirmation message will appear to show your vote has been received. Voting kiosk will be made available under the Chair directive. Kindly proceed to the voting kiosk as per the Chair announcement. You may seek assistance from the usher stationed at the voting kiosk if required. For shareholders and proxy holders that is joining this meeting virtually, please refer to the instructions below.
Dear shareholders, thank you for your participation at today's virtual meeting. On this virtual meeting platform, you will be able to view the live broadcast of the meeting proceedings, pose questions to the Board of Directors, and submit your votes in real time while the meeting is in progress. To view the live broadcast of the meeting, please click this broadcast icon. If you are participating in this meeting via a laptop or desktop, the live broadcast panel can be viewed side by side with the voting panel. To maximize the broadcast panel, please click here. Audio of the live broadcast will continue to play in the background, even during the voting process or when the broadcast panel is being minimized. Do adjust the volume control on your device for optimum audio output. Please click this arrow to return to the main meeting screen. You can minimize the broadcast panel by clicking this broadcast icon again. Should you encounter any issues with the broadcast view, please refresh the page by clicking this refresh icon. If you have any questions for the Board of Directors, you may raise them at any time before or during the meeting. To do so, please click on this messaging icon. Type your question within the chat box and click on this arrow to submit your question. A message will appear that your question has been received. To return to the main meeting screen, click on this icon. To view the resolutions for this meeting and submit your votes, please click on this voting icon. Once the voting has opened, the resolutions and voting options will be displayed. To vote, please select one of the available options, for or against. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your vote has been received. To change your vote, please click on the other option. A confirmation message will appear to indicate that your new voting direction has been received. If you wish to cancel your vote, please click on Cancel. You may change your voting direction at any time before the chairman closes the voting session. Once the chairman announces that the voting session is closed, you will not be able to change your voting direction anymore. You may click on the broadcast icon to return to the live broadcast screen for the announcement of voting results. Should you require any assistance during the virtual meeting, please call Boardroom's help desk at 603-7890-4700 or email us at bsr.helpdesk@boardroomlimited.com. Thank you and have a pleasant day.
Passion. What does it sound like? It's not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. To be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor, Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaraya starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of FV Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaraya, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project to think much further and much wider than we would have.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower these disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
แต่ก่อนเขาเข้าฝึกกันเนาะเขายังบ่ฮู้ว่าธุรกิจมันหยังเขาก็เลยได้ความรู้จากโครงการตัวนี้เอามาต่อยอดกับศิลปะของเขาที่เขามักก็คือตอนนั้นแมนเขาได้ไอเดียหลากหลายที่ว่าจากการฝึกอบรมของโครงการนี้ก็คือเอาไปต่อยอดที่เป็นธุรกิจหลายอย่างไม่ว่าจะเป็นเพนเกอร์เอาไปเฮ็ดหลายๆอย่างที่ เขาอยากเฮ็ด
Agak menceburi ni spesial ni sebab akak dari kecil kan dengan keadaan macam ni akak ingin nampak cantik. Salah satunya akak ingat lagi pada akak punya mentor. Dia berpesan pada akak apabila kita meniaga ni kita jangan jadi syok sendiri.
នាងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមការងារផលិតគ្រឿងអលង្ការនេះគឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីដំបូងគឺមានតែ2អ្នកប្តីប្រពន្ធទេហើយបន្តមកមានការកំងច្រើនខ្ញុំក៏ធ្វើអត់ទាន់ក៏ជ្រើសរើសមនុស្សនៅតាមសហគមន៍ឲ្យមកជួយធ្វើរហូតដល់មាន11គ្រួសារ
Pada awalnya saya membuka percetakan lalu ke arah konveksi. Jadi untuk memikat pelanggan ini salah satu materi yang saya dapat dari pelatihan res. Jadi ingat ekoprint ya Green Melati seperti itu. Dan alhamdulillah manfaatnya bukan dirasakan hanya disabilitas, bahkan non disabilitas merasakan adanya Green Melati ini.
Nakuha na ko ang guide sa rice training, nahimo kong Blue Asian. So by 2019, have massage clinic operated in Cagayan de Oro. Kaya akong nakita nga pinaagi sa module nga gigamit sa rice makatabang ta sa pag-uplift sa paglambo sa kinabuhi sa usa ka persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Maybank Rice Program.
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 Not a whisper or a purr, but a roar. One that beckons us to achieve all that we possibly can. Yet that roar is often silenced by a lack of resources, opportunity, hope. At Maybank, we hear your inner tiger. And our job isn't to tame it, but to let it run wild. Be unafraid of realizing your human potential, even against the most deafening of odds. To find other tigers and unlock the power of community. To keep your human spirit roaring. To make the world your jungle, so you can change it for the better. Because to experience life through all its colors and possibilities is what it means to be human. Can you hear your inner tiger? Maybank, humanizing financial services.
If there's one word to describe our partnership with Maybank, it would be trust. And this comes down to healthcare as well, where our patients, when they come, they don't just pay money for healthcare, they actually transact in trust. As you know, in Singapore, we have a strong obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics business, and we have extended that to fertility and now to other specialties as well. In Malaysia and Vietnam, we are general hospitals with multi-specialties and various doctors providing services and care to our patients. Vantage Bay Healthcare City will be our boldest project yet in the Johor, Singapore Special Economic Zone. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria starting as our centerpiece, it will be the part that is closest to the commercial engine of Johor. There are not many special economic zones that have such opportunities of arbitrage between human capital costs, connectivity, size of land, ability to access different services in both countries. I think with the economic incentives put in place, this could supercharge the growth of both countries significantly. This will be extremely exciting for us. The Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone provides a new commercial and economic engine for both capital cities. The truth is, regional expansion isn't easy. From different regulations to complex financial structures, it takes many parts. Maybank has been more than just a financial institution to us. They have been really a partner in helping us. Their support was instrumental during our acquisition of FV Hospital in Vietnam, which turned out to be the largest healthcare M&A in Vietnam's history. With Thomson Hospital Iskandaria, they bring about a very deep knowledge and relations and network within Malaysia, and this only helps us to be more confident as we move into the JSSEZ project, to think much further and much wider than we would have.
There are 17 million people with disabilities across ASEAN. They are part of our society, and their stories often go unnoticed. People label PWDs as dependent on welfare and incapable of contributing economically to the country. They face difficulties getting jobs and economic opportunities. Aiming to economically empower PWDs, the RISE training and mentoring programs were implemented regionally.
Well, we realized that what is needed in Malaysia and indeed in the region is effective economic empowerment programs for the disabled and disadvantaged communities.
I believe that the group's certificate agenda goes hand in hand with the development of the communities in which we operate. One of our strategies was to create a framework for developing programs and initiatives that were strategic to the Maybank Group. RISE was one of those programs.
We go back to our humanizing financial services mission. We don't look at it as just CSR projects, but social impact investments designed to create systemic change. So our RISE program is a good example where we provide opportunities and empower the disabled and marginalized communities to become economically independent and financially inclusive.
แต่ก่อนเขาเข้าฝึกเฮายังบ่ฮู้ว่าธุรกิจมันหยังเฮาก็เลยได้ความรู้จากโครงการตัวนี้เอามาต่อยอดกับศิลปะของเฮาที่เฮามักก็คือตอนนั้นแม่นเฮาได้ไอเดียหลากหลายที่ว่าจากการฝึกอบรมของโครงการนี้ก็คือเอาไปต่อยอดที่เป็นธุรกิจหลายอย่างบ่ว่าจะเป็นเพนเกอร์ก็ไปเฮ็ดหลายๆอย่างที่ เขาอยากเฮ็ด
Akak menceburi bimbing spesial ni sebab akak dari kecil kan dengan keadaan begini, akak ingin nampak cantik. Salah satunya akak ingat lagi pada akak punya mentor. Dia berpesan pada akak, apabila kita meniaga ni, kita jangan jadi syok sendiri.
នាងខ្ញុំចាប់ផ្ដើមការងារផលិតគ្រឿងអលង្ការនេះគឺចាប់ផ្ដើមពីដំបូងគឺមានតែ2អ្នកប្តីប្រពន្ធទេហើយបន្តមកមានការកំងច្រើនខ្ញុំក៏ធ្វើអត់ទាន់ក៏ជ្រើសរើសមនុស្សនៅតាមសហគមន៍ឲ្យមកជួយធ្វើរហូតដល់មាន11គ្រួសារ
Pada awalnya saya membuka percetakan lalu ke arah konveksi. Jadi untuk memikat pelanggan ini salah satu materi yang saya dapat dari pelatihan res. Jadi ingat ekoprint, ya Green Melati seperti itu. Dan alhamdulillah manfaatnya bukan dirasakan hanya disabilitas, bahkan non disabilitas merasakan adanya Green Melati ini.
Nakuha na ko ang guide sa rice training, nahimo kong Blue Asian. So by 2019, have massage clinic operated in Cagayan de Oro. Kaya akong nakita nga pinaagi sa module nga gigamit sa rice, makatabang ta sa pag-uplift, sa paglambo sa kinabuhi sa usa ka person with disabilities.
Thank you, Maybank Rice Program.
Thank you, Maybank Rice Program.
Thank you Maybank Rice Program.
Thank you Maybank Res Program.
Thank you Maybank Rice Program.
I now call the meeting to order for announcement of the poll results, which have been verified by the scrutineers. I would like to call upon Ms. Kasturi Nathan, partner of Deloitte Malaysia, to confirm the poll results, please.
Thank you, Tan Sri Chairman. I am pleased to announce that the results displayed on the screen as voted today by shareholders and proxies have been verified by Deloitte. For Resolution 1, vote for represents 97.8% of the total votes cast. Vote against represents 2% of the total votes cast. For Resolution 2, vote for represents 99.8% of the total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. For Ordinary Resolution 3, vote for represents 99.87% of the total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. Resolution 4, total votes cast. Vote for represents 99.9% of the total votes cast. Vote against, again, is a negligible percentage. For Resolution 5, vote for represents 99.8% of the total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. As for Resolution 6, vote for represents 99.97% of total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. Resolution 7, vote for represents 99.9% of the total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. The second last vote, resolution 8, vote for represents 99.5% of total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. And as for the final resolution 9, Vote for represents 99.9% of total votes cast. Vote against is a negligible percentage. And with that, thank you. Over to you, Tan Sri Chairman.
Thank you very much, Kasturi. Now, based on the poll results, I hereby declare that all ordinary resolutions tabled at this meeting carried. So that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the businesses of today's meeting. Terima kasih banyak-banyak sekali. Terima kasih. So once again, thank you for your attendance and continuous support. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the board members for their continued leadership and support, and the management and employees for their effort and commitment. Let's look forward to continuing our success together. However, before we end, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and relay our appreciation to Dr. Hasnita, our Senior Independent Director, and Mr. Anthony Elam, our Independent Director, who will be retiring from the Maybank Board upon completing their tenures on 30th of June 2025 and 14th of November 2025, respectively. Again, I would like to also record our utmost gratitude and thanks to all the support staff that has made this AGM a success today. On behalf of the board and all of us at Maybank, thank you both for your advice and guidance throughout your tenure on the board for Dr. Hasnita and Anthony, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend warm wishes of Selamat Hari Raya to all our fellow Muslims who join us today for today's meeting. May this joyous occasion bring you and your loved ones joy, peace, and prosperity. With that, I hereby declare the meeting closed, and we will end the live streaming for this AGM now. Thank you. Hey, well done. Thank you.